I would just say that we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 8:04, and thank you all for joining, and let's go ahead and proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect. Thank you all. Ms. Sutcliffe, if you could please proceed with the roll call of the board.
Good morning, Mr. Co-Chair and members of the board. This is the roll call for our board meeting today on Wednesday, May 20th. Ms. Atkinson.
Happy to be here.
Ms. Chatterton.
Here.
Mr. Christensen.
Here.
Ms. Crumpton.
Present.
Ms. Downham.
Here.
Mr. Kinski.
Here and ready to go.
Mr. Lance.
Here.
Ms. Legursky.
Here.
Mr. Nelson.
Here.
Mr. Pivik.
Here.
Dr. Schaefer.
Present.
Mr. Smith.
I'm here.
And Ms. Worthen.
Here.
Mr. Co-Chair, you do have a quorum.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Absolutely. Just wanted to acknowledge we have had a few requests for public comment, and those will be interspersed throughout the meeting around the topics in which they've requested to speak.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kinski.
Yeah, I just wanted to share something with you. My wife, Donna, was on the, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
She was on the business council years ago, started out under Tucker Fagan, finished her tenure up under Bob Jensen. And as she passed back and forth through the living room, she told me over dinner last night, sounds like none of the issues that we debated back then have changed.
Some good color about how times may change, and we still have issues that we need to persist.
The big ones. I think Al Simpson said in public life, the big issues never change. You know, what's our role? What is not our role? That sort of thing. It's all, and it has to be done. But it's interesting that it's an intergenerational debate. Just thought I'd pass that along, Mr. Co-Chair.
It definitely is, and thank you for the comments. We'd like to move forward with the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they'd like to remove from the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion for approval.
I motion to approve.
Fantastic. I have a motion from Mr. Pivik. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Nelson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Fantastic. Motion to approve consent agenda carries. With that, I would like to hand this over to you, Mr. Dorrell, for your CEO report.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and members of the board. Thanks for joining in today. We also have Mr. Renzo from the governor's office and our representative also from the Attorney General's office online. We want to recognize them and thank them for joining in. I think as we take a look at today, I'll share my screen and walk through a few slides. I want to, if I could, just remind everybody of what I think Mr. Kinski was sort of touching on, but also what we all worked on yesterday was a really powerful way to kick off what we're up to, not just today, but in general. And as Mr. Kinski unknowingly, but segued nicely into a little history lesson, I think. And I think that those who don't understand history are doomed to repeat it. And also, it's good to know why we're here and what we are working toward. And so if you'll indulge me in just a little bit of history, I will walk you through a few things that I think are pretty noteworthy and were brought up recently in some of the committee meetings that we were in. This is a quote from Governor Jim Geringer about the creation of the Business Council and really the problem that, or the opportunity that we're looking to achieve. And I thought it was really good for us to think about this for just a moment and realize that, yes, the more things change, the more they stay the same, but also to think about the opportunity that we have in front of us to create that change. Um, Gosh, there's so many good sentences in this. And I think we've all felt these things personally. We've all seen them occurring in our communities, within the businesses that we either represent or are part of. And we can feel why this is important as those folks who love Wyoming. And I just think it's a really good, it's a really good document if you get a chance to read. And I'd be happy to share this proud heritage and a challenging future. It's a business development plan for Wyoming that was created back in 1997 and really was the seed crystal or the kernel for the Wyoming Business Council. And it's a really enlightening, but also a little bit of it's a challenging read because it reads very similar to the challenges we face today. I think the tactics might be different. The um, the phrasing might be different. The thing that happens over the course of 30 years is that the way we say things, the things that maybe are commonplace are even more commonplace now, or the things that were future looking are almost taken for granted now. But the core of it is the same. And I really think that this is the core of a lot of the things that we're working to do. And that's never going to stop. That will just never stop. We will continue to do that. I thought it would also be good. Yesterday, Mr. Lance asked about what our statute says. And so if you think about that vision that Governor Jim Geringer put out there, and then what our statute says, I really want us to think about the idea of development and expansion. And those two words jump out to me because development and expansion are not easy. In fact, developing something is very, very difficult, whether that be a piece of real estate property, whether that be a new plan. Development or that creation is very challenging. There's no doubt. And what I can also tell you about expansion is that expansion represents change. And when you work to expand something, you are going to push up against not just the challenges that you face on the ground, but also the reticence to change that we all know exists. We were fortunate enough to listen to a number of county commissioners over the course of a couple hours last Friday at Worland at their executive committee meeting. And I heard about the challenges that many of those county commissioners face on the ground with that whole idea of not in my backyard and how NIMBYism is a challenge. Well, NIMBYism is about fighting expansion, and we are about expansion. So we've got to create and expand the economy of the state. And while there is an economy of the state, I think the point of this is to say that we've got to develop it and create new and then expand that. And that's a big challenge. That is a big challenge because you're bumping up against systems that have been around for a long, long time. And so with that, I thought let's sort of take a step, and we did this a little bit yesterday. Let's take a step through some of those key themes or elements that the Business Council has gone through since that time in 1997. And this is a good representation. I think it's a pretty high level, but a good representation of some of the themes that the Business Council has gone through as we have expanded our scope and narrowed our scope and really worked to solve the problem. It also, I think it's important to note and for us to think about, and maybe in the back of our mind, that if you look at this, there are 4 different elements, 4 different key theme areas that have been worked upon over the last, 30 years. Well, it turns out that there have also been for governors. Geringer, Friedenthal, Meade, and Gordon. And I think it's important to note that each of those chief executives of the state have taken a slightly different approach, taken a look at this problem with their own lens, and applied their ideas to it. However, the Business Council has also worked the problem day in, day out, tried to understand it as best we could in each of those areas, and has evolved over time and will continue to evolve into the future. And I think it's just important to kind of see these differences and understand why they happen and what's going on at the time and continue to step through that. I believe we're embarking upon right now a new era and a new look at this, but not to discard what has been learned, rather stand on the shoulders of giants and realize what we've learned along the way, because it hasn't been in a vacuum. It hasn't happened because we were simply going about our business and running programs. It's come from an understanding of the history, but also an understanding of the problem on the ground and the velocity at which that problem is changing. As we look at this, and this board in particular has been very direct and I think very responsible in the privilege that you have in saying, hey, we've got to take advantage of this moment. We've got to realize that this moment is not going to maybe not come again in this way. And so this board has put forth I think a lot of good things into motion and really helped to specify and codify the things that we need to do. And and our team started to look at this in a way that says, okay, well, what is going to be happening over the next few months? And how do we layer all of these things with the many different stakeholders, many different entities that we've got to work with, many different, how do we say it, challenges that persist in order to get where we want to go. And this is not going to happen over the course, the great change that we need to make is not going to happen over the course of a few months. However, I think there's a really good battle plan for the next few months to set us up for bigger changes in the future. And originally, I think we've all had a mission and a vision that we were working upon and a comprehensive economic development strategy. But I think this board has said, hey, let's define that more specifically with a little bit more granularity and establish those organizational goals as CEO goals that came out. Those elements are incredibly important and I think also very perfect for this situation. Those are in parallel with a lot of the work we're doing with the legislature. The legislature is opening and saying, we want and we will work with you, especially if you listen to Joint Minerals Committee a few weeks ago. This is a responsibility that we both have. It is not just the Business Council, it is the legislature that has a part in this. And that partnership was established, and I think it opened up our change space dramatically. That is going to require us to not only work with the legislature, but also represent and work with the various stakeholders that are out there. And we have been, and we will continue to collaborate. And I think even more so now, we have an opportunity to collaborate that again, maybe wasn't quite there in years past. And I think we're going to utilize that to its maximum benefit. And with all of that, what we hope to do, and we started to do yesterday with some of the definition of metrics and some of the definition of our mission and vision, was create some clarity. And I believe it was said in previous board meetings about all of this really stress and challenge brings that clarity to us. And I think we've got a moment to create some more clarity. I think it's pretty obvious that our our community members and the people of Wyoming want more opportunities. They want better jobs, and they are voting with their feet by leaving for those better jobs. And I think it's our responsibility to really hone in on that, listen to what they're saying, watch what they're doing, and create that strategic clarity, which I think is in that phase 3. And it's sort of, not sort of, but it coincides with those committee meetings and the opportunity to make those changes in the legislature that are necessary, as well as with our board in terms of policy. And then as we move on, we're really kind of strengthening that commitment. We're really saying these are things that we know, these are things that we're working on, these are things that we're willing to move forward, take bold steps and bold action toward, and move forward with it. And it's not just us. If you think about it, that regional planning framework is not only not just us, we can't do that. We can facilitate, we can encourage, we can set the incentives such that it happens. However, we know, and everyone knows, that it's that local involvement. In fact, I heard it yesterday. I heard it in the county commissioners meeting the previous Friday, that it has to start local. We can't agree more on that. That is where it has to start. And we must facilitate, support, and organize to help the local communities get where they want to go. But it has to start there. And everyone knows that. And we want to facilitate that. And I think that understanding not just the communities, but the businesses along the way are really key. We serve both the communities and the businesses in those communities, and ultimately the families at that community. And we serve all of those knowing that we've got to in order to make it all work together. And so with this process and timeline, we feel like we'll be in a really good position to maximize the change space that we have right now. One of the things that I do think that might be a little bit different than the historical view that some might share, I think there's more of an opportunity now than ever. If you think about the ability to make change, the acceptance that change is necessary, and the authorization by our authorizers to create that change, while the challenges we face might be the same, the words that we use may be very similar, I don't know if there's ever been a time where more people are involved in this than they are now, where we are an election issue, where we are things that the legislature wants to work on, where we are hearing from businesses and from community members that the economy is not just important to them, they realize there's a challenge and they're willing to plug in to change it. I don't know. I can tell you that I don't think that that was the case in 2020. I don't think that we had this kind of, in some ways, scrutiny, but opportunity for that change like we have today. And so I think what we're saying and what this board has really laid out is an opportunity for us to take advantage of that. Yesterday, you all spent a lot of time and discussion, and I think it was really good because we got to a lot of the heart of the matter with this board. I think created some strength and alignment that that we needed to feel together. And here is what we, as our team was listening and we were putting things together, and be happy to share the entire document with all of you about notes that were taken. But it's really interesting. We drafted from yesterday's work session a vision, a mission, and some of the metrics that are important that we all talked about. And I'm not asking us to necessarily wordsmith this, because I think it's something that this is also formed by all the conversations that we've had and the input that we've taken in, and some of it coming just recently to understand what Wyoming feels like. And so if we look at these vision, mission, and metrics, what I might ask at the end of this is for us to say yes or no, discussion, a brief discussion about it, but an opportunity for us to continue to take this out and work with others in the communities, whether it be business, the community leadership, or even the community members that we're really working for, and see if this hits them in the same way it does us. So invite you to just take a brief moment, and we can obviously come back to this at the end of the CEO address, but take a look at what we think you all said yesterday. In some ways, it's really simple, but it's getting there is not. And so I want to leave us with maybe a tone setter for not just today, but a tone setter for the future of the Business Council and the future that we can create and the change that we can create by bringing us back to that document that was created and published in November of 1997. This is the beginning sentence of the creation recommendation for the Wyoming Business Council. The recommended structure is a new organization unlike any other in Wyoming's history. As I read that, I felt a lot of pride. I felt a lot of weight, because that is truly what we are. We are a structure and an organization unlike any other in Wyoming's history, because we are being tasked with creating systematic change for a problem that has existed for much longer than 30 years that the Wyoming Business Council has been around, 29, and will likely still exist in some form or fashion. That problem is likely not going to be solved by any silver bullets. The reason that I want us to sort of focus on this idea that we are unlike any other organization created in Wyoming's history is because we are being asked to solve a problem that is unlike any other in Wyoming's history. And it is clearly a very, very challenging and complex problem. And so the structure is another key word that I want us to remember. The structure of having a board of directors, of having a focus that is maybe not as political and that can represent the true challenge that is on the ground and can propose bold moves that maybe others would not, is intentional. I do believe that the people who put that idea forward and the people who worked on that problem initially back in the late 90s recognized that there are and will continue to be systemic challenges in Wyoming that are likely not going to be solved by management or by doing things slightly better and evolving. I believe that they created the Wyoming Business Council and provided the structure of having a board of directors is intended to provide strength and courage that you can't get any other way. In order to be bold, in order to change systems, you have to have that strength and courage. You also have to have representation from across the state. You have to have people who might think a little differently than government organizations might. And therefore, the board of directors and this organization is set up completely differently than any other agency or organization in Wyoming's history. I don't think we should take that lightly. I don't think that we should work to make everybody happy or be like other agencies. I think we should continue to lean in to that difference. I think we should continue to work in the controversy. It's not because I want to, it's because we are structured to do that. And I guess We all do want to, or we wouldn't be here. If we were looking for a boring job, this isn't it. If we were looking for a place that made everybody happy, this isn't it. If we were looking for a place that had simple decisions and simple answers, this isn't it. This is a place that people 30 years ago recognized needed something different to solve a very big challenge. And we are executing on that. We've had bold ideas. We've proposed bold ideas. We've said things in public that people were afraid to say because we have to. Today, we are going to embark and make decisions on things that people are afraid to make decisions around. We are structured to do that. We have chosen people who have the backbone to do that. We have to continue to lean into our strength, lean into our structure, and realize that maybe there's a metric that we all understand and we all should take as progress. I would propose to you that a metric that not necessarily do we publish, but we recognize in our brains when we are making these decisions, a metric of resistance might just indicate progress, not a mistake. When we are making these decisions, we will face resistance. When we are proposing bold moves for the state, we will face resistance. We are going to be asked to go back to the norm, to be the status quo, that we're being too bold, that we're being unlike other agencies. That is not an indication of wrongdoing. That is not an indication of failure. That is an indication of progress. That's what I heard yesterday. I wrote down yesterday that resistance is actually indicating progress, not failure. And it goes back 30 years to when we were originally created. People knew that we had to be unlike any other organization in Wyoming's history. So as we think about board composition, as we think about projects, as we think about the changes we're trying to create and our ability to do that, remember that resistance might indicate progress. And at the same time, I think this board and our organization is courageous and strong enough to realize that leaning into resistance isn't about being aloof or obtuse. It's about listening. It's about considering. It's about being willing to be wrong. And all of those things are things that we exhibit all the time. And we're going to continue to. So that we can continue the work over the course of administrations, over the courses of changing out things in the outside world, and so that we can continue to help future generations of Wyomingites reach their full potential here. And if we do that, we're going to take controversy. We're going to work in the gray. We're going to make mistakes. And our structure allows us to do that. So thank you all for being part of a really innovative, interesting, and challenging piece of work, because that's what we are. We are different and unlike any other in Wyoming's history, and we need to recognize that, celebrate it, and use it to its full potential. And with that, I'll stand for questions, and I'll also be happy to, facilitate or talk through some of the ideas that we pulled from yesterday and make sure that it represents that. And our team is standing by to make changes to that and to create those drafts so that we can take those out and make sure that they match up with what others are seeing and feeling in Wyoming.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dorrell. Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee. Josh, thanks for the overview and the update, and what sounds like a very productive work session yesterday. I'm fond of the quote, and I should know who said it, that to achieve things you've never achieved before, you have to do things you've never done before. And so it gives me this perspective of the work that we have forward. One of the unique opportunities I think we have before us is being ahead of the curve as it pertains to really the executive leadership and the executive vision for economic development in the state of Wyoming. At the end of the day, as an agency, we can either do certain things ourselves to advance our mission, our purpose, or we can recommend and assist others in doing the things we believe that they should do to advance our purpose and our mission. And structuring a strategy around that's going to be critical. One of the things that has struck me is the time in which our executive branch tends to pick up these types of broad strategies and aggressive strategies around economic development within their tenure. And other than maybe Geringer, who picked it up about halfway through his time in office, we tend to see the executive office picking this up at the end. Well, per statute and per our funding guidance from the legislature, and just because of the cycle we're in, we have the opportunity to set an aggressive agenda and a strategy at the start of what could be 8 years with the next governor. And I would just encourage us all to be thinking about that, and thinking about that in the vein of, we can recommend what others should be doing and help them achieve that, as controversial as that may be, Josh, as you said, with resistance. And we can think about what we're going to do specifically, program services and investments, with the authority and the resources we have to do that. And again, to accomplish something we've not been able to accomplish, we're going to probably have to do things we've never done before. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for letting me share just a few thoughts.
You bet, Dr. Schaefer. I think those are fantastic thoughts and great things to keep in mind. A great opportunity to try and be on the cutting edge of potentially 8 years as opposed to the trailing. So I would like to add a couple personal comments. I appreciate Mr. Dorrell, your and the staff's efforts in putting this together from our discussion yesterday afternoon. I would love to hear more from the rest of the board members, but I do feel like you caught the level of what we were discussing, but also in a manner that's easy to communicate to our stakeholders in the communities and businesses and beyond. And I think using things like this to create those frameworks that Dr. Schaefer more eloquently outlined in terms of supporting our communities towards their future growth, early and often, I think things that are easy to digest and understand are key. So with that, I would like to, again, open it up to any of our board members who have thoughts, either, Mr. Nelson, thank you very much.
Yeah, I would echo what Dr. Schaefer said, in that, in order to have radical results, we need to have some radical moves or action. I think we also would consider the definition of insanity as doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And so those two phrases for me combined really speak to a lot of what Josh just spoke to, and our need to be bold and to really think outside the box on the things that we're needing to overcome to forward our economic growth and desires here in the state. So I think it was very well stated, Dr. Schaefer. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Crumpton.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Sorry, I was having some technical issues. I know we're not at a wordsmithing portion, but in the vision, I think adding jobs and opportunities, they need to build and maintain a life here, would be an important consideration. In boom cycles, we can build a life. It's the maintenance when the bust comes that has been a Wyoming struggle. And I think just defining that clearly and that continuity and stability as a goal would be really valuable for us to consider.
Absolutely. Because that was a good part of what we talked about yesterday, correct? Of not just how do we get people started, but how do we keep them here, or to Mr. Christensen's response, how do we help create a path back? Miss Worthen.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I would echo just the comments here that I think it captured our discussion yesterday quite well. The first sentence of the mission, I think, is particularly important. We've been asked by good friends in the legislature to consider what is our role with economic growth, and that role is to be a leader. And the Business Council has the staff that has the expertise to assume that position of leadership. And we need to lead the state and at the same time support those local communities. And those parallel tracks, I think, are really important as we look to providing expertise with recruitment, but also supporting communities. So I'm thankful to the staff for capturing this so well.
Thank you, Ms. Worthen. I always, especially given your career experience, that's always and what you've done, and I appreciate your input on things like this. So thank you. Anybody else? So seeing crickets here, I would say, Mr. Dorrell, I think this is a great place to start for us to work with those partner groups, whether it's our businesses or I know we'll pick this up and work with the governor's advisory group and take a look at this with that group as well, and really start to woodshed this with some of our outside stakeholders and make sure that that resonates and get their ideas as well and continue this evolution. So I again would like to thank you and the staff so much for putting that together, for helping facilitate that conversation yesterday. That's one thing we determined we need to move forward with is what is a true vision, mission, and how is the board going to help lead that charge. So thank you for facilitating that, and we'll continue to work forward on those efforts.
Mr. Co-Chair and members of the board, and thanks for folks, stepping up and really, I think what I felt yesterday was a feeling, and I think the team did as well, a feeling of alignment and a feeling of strength from the board and for the mission that we're on. And I think we've got to continue that. It's very critical in leading, because it is going to be a little bit of a lonely place. It's going to be an exciting place. But I think that word leading is something that we all want to do, and we have the opportunity to do it. And so thank you all for leading. Thank you all for working on a really challenging problem and continuing to do so. And thanks for the opportunity to address you all here and to roll out some opportunities for us to continue to lead the rest of today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Dorrell. Any more comments before we proceed? Fantastic. Not seeing any. Ms. Sutcliffe, I know we were discussing on the side if Mayor Mickelson had been able to make it on or not. Was just wondering if you could confirm if he's in or if we should keep moving forward.
Mr. Co-Chair, it doesn't sound like the mayor is able to join at this moment. We'll keep an eye out for him, though.
Absolutely. Let him know if he can make it at a later time. We'll try and fit him in with the agenda. Yes, Mr. Pivick.
I can contact him too. If you guys can't get a hold of him, I'll text him and see what's going on.
I think that we've been in touch with him, Mr. Pivick. I think
Okay.
it's just the timings, trying to get it lined out. But thank you for the offer. Greatly appreciate it. So I think with that, we'll move into the operations committee just a little bit ahead of agenda. So with that, I will hand it over to you, Ms. Worthen.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The Operations Committee had a great meeting here a couple of weeks ago. I want to direct your attention to something you already approved in the consent agenda before I hand it over to our staff to Lindsay. On page 51 of your meeting materials, you'll see the presentation that the operations folks did for the committee. And that's just a really great deep dive into the Wyoming Business Council's greatest asset. And that is not what we have in the bank. It is our people. And it was a good discussion. We learned a lot. I know that those of you who aren't on the committee, if you have questions, please direct them to Hava. But it's just a really great overview on where things are with our greatest asset. So with that, I think I'm going to hand things over to Lindsay. She might need to be made a panelist to walk through the action items that we have in terms of the financial report and the amendment to the contract with McGee, Hearn and Pye.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, my name is Lindsay Or, and I am the Accounting Manager for the Wyoming Business Council. Today, I am presenting to you, sorry, I'm going to share my screen here real quick. Okay. You can find this on page 66 of your board materials, I believe. Today, I'm presenting to you our March 31st, 2026 budget report for our fiscal year 2026. We operate on a 2-year biennium with the state budget, and 2026 is the second year of that biennium. So June 30th, we'll be wrapping up this budget year, and it's coming at us pretty quickly. You can see our total general fund remaining balance is $85.8 million. That includes BRC, SBIR matching program, and our the community facilities has a balance of 2.7. The BRC available balance of $62.4 million will not revert as of June 30th. That is something we are able to carry forward. Also, of that total, the broadband administration account of almost $85,000 will also carry forward. Otherwise, everything else will revert at June 30th, 2026, whatever is not spent by then. So we've got another couple months. As of March 31st, what we had remaining to be spent was about $1.79 million, not accounting for BRC and SBIR and those things. Moving down into our federal funds section of the budget, we had expenditures of about $1.04 million. Most of that's going towards BEAD and the administration of that program and getting that up and running. I don't know that we'll have any grant money going out the door before June 30th, but contracts are currently being executed, which is exciting. YBC is our other more notable at federal programs, and we had expenditures of $172,000 through March 31st. The available cash in that fund was $19.2 million, and we'd earned $541,000 in interest on the cash. In that program, we received those funds up front, so we have the cash available to make investments as they come up. Our current investment balance as of March 31st was $1.67 million in funds and $18.66 million directly with businesses. And the available balance of the budget you see of $310,000, that is for the administration of the program. So those are expenditures. We don't include the funds for investing in our budget because those are just balance sheet transactions, and the budget is based on revenue and expenditures. In our agency funds, the Economic Loan Development Fund, there is our largest. We had an available budget of $421,000, available cash of $13.38 million, and our interest earned from the State Treasurer's Office and interest in loan payments for the year so far has been $3.23 million. That is the fund that holds all of the challenge loans, the succession 50/50 loans, those kinds of things that have been approved throughout the year. The other large one there that you see is the Rural Rehabilitation Fund. That's got an available budget of $266,000 with $5.23 million available in cash. We typically spend much less than what's being earned in that account right now, and you can see that we've earned $142,000 almost in interest income through the Treasurer's Office this year. Moving down into the ARPA section, this is money that was passed through the state of Wyoming to us through the ARPA bill. That includes the Capital Projects Fund for broadband. We had $54.42 million total and $54.33 million allocated to CPF. This money all has to be spent by December 31st of 2026. Through March 31st, we'd expended $10.8 million, with $43.13 million to be expended. As of right now, we do expect those funds to be spent down through the end of the year. We have 5 of our 35 projects closed out right now, and they just have to be done by December 31st. Any questions on that budget section before I move on? Okay. Next on the budget expenditures by expenditure type chart, this shows how our funds are budgeted by grants, people, admin, what have you. So you can see that 66% is for grants, 18% is for loans. That includes BRC and the loan fund that we have. So those two things total of 84% of our overall budget, leaving 16% for service delivery. And then you can see in the line item expenditure summary how those different expenditure types are spent compared to the overall budget. You can see the grants is trending low because BRC is such a big budget number and just haven't been, that carries over. So in our loans receivable portfolio, our net balance is $21.5 million. And so far through March 31st, we had received $2.53 million in principal and interest payments on our loans. And that wraps up my financial report, Madam Committee Chair.
Thank you, Lindsay. So this report is presented to the board for approval.
Madam Committee Chair, I'd move approval of the report.
And I will second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, Lindsay, did you want to do the amendment as well?
Yep, I can. Let me share that up on the screen. This contract begins on page 69 of your board book. So we are requesting $80,000 and to amend and extend our contract with McGee, Hearn and Pice. We started this original contract in 2023 with them. They are our external independent auditors. They perform our audit every year to look at our financials and our federal compliance and things like that. Typically, we go out for bid on this contract every 3 years. That's our policy, which would have been this year. However, with the situation we find ourselves in, with budget being only for 1 year and those kinds of things, we chose to just amend for 1 year. We'll see what the next year brings, but it wasn't worth the lift to do an RFP for 1 year. So this is $80,000 for the next fiscal year ending June 30th, the one we're getting ready to wrap up. Last year, the fee was $62,000, and it's increased this year just because of some of the things we've run into with the capital projects fund the last 2 years. And getting those things moved through. There's just been extra work that they've had to do. So that's what this is for. We choose to present this contract separately off of the consent agenda to bring the attention to it and have it on the agenda separately in case there is any discussion, and because the financials are something that are important and we just want to make sure it gets the attention it needs.
Any questions for Lindsay? Okay. Entertaining a motion for approval.
So moved.
I'll move approval.
Okay, we've got Mark moving. Randy, is that a second?
Sure thing.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you very much, Lindsay.
Yes, thank you.
Hava, did you have anything else that you wanted us to include in operations? I saw her for a second.
Sorry, my unmute wouldn't work there for a second.
There we go.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. No additional items to consider or to share out with the board today, but what I would like to call attention to is we do, as you probably gathered out of Lindsay's comments in her presentation this morning, we do audits annually. And the results of those audits are published on our website. On our website right now. So this is for, new board members who are catching up. This is for members of the public listening in who might be curious, but at the bottom of our webpage on our website is a link that says reports. We have a very, very comprehensive bulk amount of reports. It's almost like Wyoming State Archives. So you can see our annual agency reports back to 2019, our annual comprehensive financial reports back to 2009. So I would like to just point that out for anybody else who's curious about a little bit more about us and these financials and other reports. Thank you, Madam Committee Chair.
Thank you. All right. I think that concludes the business of the Operations Committee, and we'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Worthen. Mr. Dorrell, I see you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, and this I think ties directly into, Committee Chair Worthen's discussion around operations, and it ties in also with what Ms. Case was saying about transparency. And I think it's important to note that our board really needs to see agreements that are $100,000 and above. And one of the policies or procedures that we've taken on is to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible, and we are utilizing the board as that sounding board, even in cases like this where it's an amendment to that's less than $100,000, but it's to an agreement that is significantly more than $100,000. And so we've always taken that approach to really be as open and share this information, not just with the board, but with the public, so that we have that level of transparency. And I think it's just important to note that no matter what that limit is, that $100,000 today, maybe something different in the future, but we're always committed to that transparency and making sure that this board knows and can weigh in on things that are bigger. This is what some people might consider sort of a transactional piece of business, of having an auditor each year take care of our things, and we take it very seriously. And again, we just want to make sure that that this board knows and this public knows that this is something we take very seriously, and want to make sure that we are not just transparent as we're supposed to be by policy, but we're being really good and responsible stewards of state funds. So thanks for going through that, Ms. Worthen and Lindsay and Hava, because I think it's really important to kind of show that.
Absolutely. Thank you all and appreciate that transparency. So seeing that we're making good time, our plan now is I am going to hand it over to Mr. Nelson for the Services Committee. We'll work through the broadband topics and then take our break between broadband and business resource network contracts. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Nelson, and kind of in the beginning, I would like to ask a question of our representative from the Attorney General's office, who's on, Mr. Williams. Just wanted to ask because we've got some new folks on the board, and realizing we're looking at some broadband topics, and quite frankly, that's Mr. Nelson's industry. Just wanted to ask if you, Mr. Williams, could take a couple minutes to speak to the board around recusal and when that's needed versus when it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be happy to. So this board and all of the state agencies that are at this level, I guess I'll say, and please understand that I'm speaking for a lay audience. I'm going to be a little imprecise in some of my terms, just by the very nature of this conversation. So you're governed by sort of three main documents, one of which is not really at issue today. The two that are sort of the most relevant are the Ethics and Disclosure Act, that's in Title IX of the Wyoming statutes, and Executive Order 1997-4, and that basically applies to conduct, ethical conduct of anybody who's in the executive branch of government. So the Ethics and Disclosure Act, generally speaking, governs actions like receiving gifts for official acts and those sorts of things. I think when we're talking about a conflict of interest, particularly in the neighborhood of what you're identifying here, in other words, somebody who is sort of in the same general industry as someone, as the decisions that you're making affect, right? So you're making decisions that affect the industry that a member is on or is part of. Those really sort of implicate more of the Executive Order 1997-4, and all of these, of course, are available for you to look at anytime that you want. I'm sure Mr. Dorrell could provide copies if you haven't received those already, and I'm sure that you probably have. And there, what we're looking at is appearance of impropriety. In some of these market sort of participant kind of issues, it's a little bit fuzzy and it's very fact dependent, but in terms of general outlines, what you're looking for is something that directly affects the board member's interests in some way. By its very nature, when you have somebody who is a market participant and you're making decisions about that market, then you are going to have some level of effect. The question is really, does it rise to the level where it would impair the board member's judgment, or that a reasonable person would believe that it impairs that person's judgment, even if that person is completely neutral. So, for example, the state has many professional licensing boards, and those would include things like the Board of Medicine, the Board of Dental Examiners, the Board of Psychologists, and so there's lots of those types of boards, and those are made up primarily of people who are overseeing the licensees. So, for example, if somebody is subject to disciplinary proceedings, the question is, does that affect the other members of the board? And the answer is it does to some small degree because there's a market there. But generally speaking, it does not affect any of those individual members enough to create a conflict of interest. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have members of a profession overseeing other members of their profession. And so that's kind of analogous to what we're talking about here, where yes, there will be some impact by the very nature of the decisions that you make. But the question is it direct enough and is it substantial enough that a reasonable person would have some questions about whether or not the board member was making the decisions in the best interests of the general public and of the state, or in the best interests of themselves. And keep in mind, that's an objective criteria. That's not suggesting that any board member actually is making decisions in their own best interest as opposed to the state. But that's the lens that you have to look at these questions with. In this kind of a case, appearance matters as well. So I don't know that necessarily resolves any particular issue that we're having here, but hopefully that gives sort of a general guideline. And I think the takeaway is just because somebody is part of the industry or part of the market that's affected by a decision and they're affected in some small way, that doesn't mean that they have to recuse themselves from all of those decisions. The question is whether it has a substantial link to their interests or affects them in a direct way.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for that clarification. I greatly appreciate it.
Happy to help.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Williams before we proceed with services? Great. Seeing none, I will hand this over to you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And thank you, Mr. Williams, for the explanation. I did inquire about this with some recommendations from Mr. Marshall. Just in an abundance of caution, always want to make sure that we're, me personally, am operating with a great deal of concern for the industry that I represent. And while we prepare to move into the services, I want you to know that there's really a lot of great things happening, and we have several contracts on the broadband side, several contracts on the business resource network side that we're going to get into. And before I turn it over to Brandon and Chad, I just wanted to maybe take a minute and opine on the broadband industry for a second. There's two things I guess I want to just say. I was quite surprised and then continue to be surprised throughout the state how much lack of understanding of the effect the broadband industry has on our state. I've been engaged with legislators and even been posed the question of why would we want to deploy broadband in our state? And as I look at what we're doing here today, this meeting that we're having is being able to be done due to the broadband efforts by the many companies throughout the state. And if you want to talk about our ability to pull businesses in, don't have quality broadband internet, so businesses can't work, that's going to be one of the first flags you're going to see for a business not wanting to come into the state, or individuals not wanting to come into the state. And as we move into this next year, our broadband line item on our budget is going to be one of the biggest line items that we will have to deal with. And the ability for companies to bring in and make available high-speed broadband internet to folks will be a very much an alluring factor and big piece of what will allow us to be business ready in our different communities and throughout the state. So thank you for allowing me to opine for just a minute on our industry, or my industry specifically. I'm really excited about the things that we have coming forth, but I think it's a little understated in the effect that broadband does have on our state. So with that, Brandon, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I'm happy to talk with you guys all today. Mostly excited to have an extra 40 minutes on the services agenda. We are gonna just blow you away. Not really, actually. I bet we end early, which is gonna blow everyone's mind also. But yeah, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we do have some broadband contracts to take care of, and then work through with you, and not to minimize the efforts of the broadband program is not sure there's any equivalent infrastructure spending that's gone on this state in the last couple of years anywhere near what we've been able to get out the door in the broadband program. So we remain very proud of those efforts. But the second part of what we're going to work through today, and if you'd like some humor in the services presentation, because I think that's how we operate, I'd like you to picture our business resource network partners, the SBDC, the Manufacturing Works Group, and the Women's Business Center, all streaking across their offices or Laramie in general in their car, going as fast as they can to get to their desks, because I've let them know services is up and we're 45 minutes early. So maybe that'll add some humor to your day, to think of Rocky Case driving 100 miles an hour across Laramie, Wyoming, and then fastly running into an office. So if it doesn't, I thought it was funny. So anyway, but we will be bringing the biennial contracts for our contracts with the Business Resource Network, which you all know, a very important piece of what we do. And by we, I mean us and our partners, to build up business in Wyoming and make this a place where people actually can prosper, can build businesses, can grow businesses, and reach markets outside of Wyoming. So we'll be bringing those contracts. There is some, well, we'll talk about those when we get to them. I'm going to turn it over to Chad. We have some amendment or some changes to our CPF program that he's going to bring in a couple of contracts, and then I'll talk a little bit about a contract we need to gain your approval on to amend our agreement with CTC, who is our broadband administrator. So, Chad, go for it.
All right, thank you, members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to present before you today. I've got two contracts related to CPF. They're both in Park County. The first one is with Charter Communications, also known as Spectrum Pacific West LLC. They had a CPF project in Park County, and Tri-County Telecom. They used private funds to build in the CPF award area that Charter was awarded in. So in this case, with this contract with Charter, we are decreasing their total contract dollar amount we're reducing it by $884,111. And we're decreasing it to $1,049,679 because they're the amount of locations they were covering is being decreased because of the investment that TCT made with private dollars to build into that area. And then as a result of that, we have another contract, and these two contracts are tied together. We have another contract with Tri-County Telephone, also known as TCT. And in this Park County area, they're doing a line extension to further increase the reach of their network and further build out into Park County. And with their contract, we are amending their contract amount, increasing the amount by $874,800 to a total contract amount of $3,003,193.29. So I hope that made sense. We've got those two contracts in Park County. Are there any questions related to those two contracts we're bringing forth for approval? Okay, perfect.
So hearing none, I actually will be kicking this over to Co-Chair Smith to run the vote process, and will be recusing myself from these two votes specifically. So if I may, I'll kick it over to you, Mr. Co-Chair Smith.
Absolutely. Thank you, Committee Chair Nelson, for that. Any questions or comments for Mr. Bowling regarding either one of these two contract amendments from the board? Great. Seeing none, then I would entertain a motion on the first contract amendment with Spectrum Pacific West.
I'll move that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. I have a motion from Ms. Worthen and a second from, I believe, Ms. Crumpton. Was that correct? Wonderful. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Great, motion carries. And then I would also entertain a motion to approve the contract amendment with Tri-County Telephone.
So moved.
Wonderful. I have a motion from Ms. Chatterton. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great, a second from Ms. Atkinson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Committee Chair Nelson, I will hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Chad, back to you.
Perfect. And the next contract we have with CTC, I will hand that over to Brandon, and we'll get started there.
Great. Thank you, Chad. So yeah, next for your consideration and recommend approval is you'll find in your board book a draft contract amendment with CTC, who, again, a reminder, this is the technology consulting company that has been our administrative contractor through all of our broadband programs over the last several years. BEAD, CPF, and then the Connect Wyoming. Even obviously, we've been very, very satisfied and very, very happy with the work that they've been able to do with us, but not only us, but with the broadband providers, both in state and around the state that are working to comply with all of the different pieces of regulation that come with being bidders and winning contractors in these different projects around the state. So there's been a massive amount of help for that. So the CPF program, which is again funded by the ARPA funds and is a $70.5 million total program, that program was originally set for the end of this year to be the deadline to spend all that money. Since between when we put this amendment into the board book and now, there's also been an extension of 6 months on that program's work and the deadlines for what we have to get done within the end of that program through June 30th of 2027. So with that is going to come some necessary changes to this contract, but overall the process of working through basically the billing and making sure we have all of this right has just eaten up the funds that we had put into this contract previously. So if you combine that plus the additional time, what we're asking you for is a motion that will grant us the ability to contract for up to an additional $800,000 with CTC, as well as an extension of the date through December 31st of 2027. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the draft contract you have in the materials does not reflect the date extension. It only reflects the money extension. But that's essentially the gist of it. The assistance needed by the providers in going back and forth has been more than we anticipated originally, as well as even internally, the processing of these payments through that CPF program has just taken more work than we thought. We're sort of in this thing where no provider's ever done a CPF program. Maybe we've never done a CPF program. We continue to improve on all of these things and our ability to understand what the costs are going to be going forward. This is just where we are today. We will run out of funds in this contract if we aren't able to secure an amendment to it. So Lindsay may be able to shed any more light. I don't know if she's still on there, if there are any other questions, but that is that on that contract amendment. And happy to take any questions if you have them.
Bruce or Mr. Pivik, looks like you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Brandon, I guess I'm used to an industry where you get change orders to death. And I feel here that every time we turn around or you're asking for more money, are they not providing, or are they providing more services than we had asked them to do in the original contracts?
Not as far as statement of work, but yes, complexity of the statement, if that makes any sense. Each piece is taking more than it had originally been anticipated to take. And if it makes any sort of difference to the discussion too, and somewhat in full disclosure, we realized this was what was coming, that we would need to do this. The company has not actually requested this at this point, though they concur after we originally pointed out that we were probably going to need to be doing this amendment. So
I'm just not a change order person. I don't like it in my business. I give you a price and it's a price. So I'm not happy with this.
Fully understand.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation of the contract extension for CTC with an up to amount of $800K and the time extension cited within our notes here on page 79.
So moved.
Got a motion to move by Mr. Kinski. Can I get a second?
I seconded.
Sounds like I had two, but it sounds like Katie was our second, if that's okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All all signify, or we have a motion to approve. Second, all signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. I think that wraps up our broadband conversations and information. And I think, if I'm correct, Mr. Co-Chair, you would like to have the floor turned back over to you for some further discussion.
For sure. Thank you, or Committee Chair Nelson. We were just trying to figure out a couple logistics, but I think what we may do right now is go ahead and take a quick break, and then we will come back for the remainder of Service Committee with the Business Resource Network contracts, as well as hopefully a quick remarks from Mayor Mickelson before we get started into those. So, Brandon, if you want to call off the dogs and say they can slow it down to the speed limit as opposed to doing 100 across Laramie, that would be ideal. Let's just plan for keep with the 15-minute break that we planned. So come back at 9:35. Does that sound good, Miss Sutcliffe, Mr. Dorrell? Okay. I'm getting thumbs up. So I will see all of you back here at 9:35. We're back. Yes, sir, Mr. Kinski. It is 9:35. So I think I'm seeing cameras lighting up and faces showing up. So I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and get back started, and we'll start that back off with Mayor Mickelson from Rock Springs, who wanted to share a couple words with our board, and would like to say, Mayor Mickelson, I apologize we couldn't be there in person. It sounds like you're intimately acquainted with the interstate issues yesterday.
It gave me an opportunity to think about what it would have been like to be our early pioneers and for 8 miles to take an hour to travel. And I don't like it. I don't want to be an early pioneer. I prefer the, 87-mile-an-hour approach.
Oh, you got a new horse, I heard, Max. Come on.
Yeah, it literally took 3 hours to travel from Wamsutter to Rock Springs.
Oof.
Yeah, and it was simply because the highway had been closed, all the traffic had backed up, and then where they're doing the construction on westbound just became a choke point that really slowed things down. So I'm sorry you guys aren't here in Rock Springs, but I'm delighted to be able to speak to you. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, I am a strong believer in the work that the Business Council does. I think it is absurdly apparent to anyone who is watching the difference in economic growth happening in every state that surrounds us compared to in Wyoming. And I personally see that as the lack of government investment in infrastructure in our state that allows for businesses to come and thrive. I know in the 3.5 years that I've been the mayor, we have lost 2 manufacturing companies, one to Idaho and one to Utah, because they're the 2 things they wanted from us. They were thrilled with the supports our community college could provide. They were delighted with our labor pool, like everything lined up, and all they wanted to know were what tax breaks could we offer them and what infrastructure could we provide them. And I was like, the good news is we don't tax you, so we can't really offer you tax breaks. The bad news is we don't tax you, so government does not have money for infrastructure. And they were like, neat, Idaho's going to put in roads, water, sewer, electric for us. And off they went. So to have a dedicated body that is working on moving Wyoming forward, instead of kind of keeping us checked up on a shelf, is something that I very much appreciate and value. So thank you all for your work. I wish you were here in person. I had planned on getting a breakfast burrito with jalapeno sour cream sauce from the Santa Fe. And now I'll have to make that trip separately. And it's good to see so many familiar faces. I had such a good time with you, Derek, when we were together, and of course Josh and Bruce. It's just a great group of people that we have. So thank you guys for your work. And next time you're in Rock Springs, let me know, and we'll go get a burrito with some of that good sauce.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your remarks, Mayor. Absolutely, I'll have to get one of those next time I'm in town. But always good reminder of our discussions that we had yesterday on our work session around how do we not only get new businesses, but how do we retain the ones that we have. So very well said and well taken. And I would like to also kind of echo back to you. Thank you for your supports, not only of our agency, but of economic development and growing the state of Wyoming. It definitely doesn't happen in a vacuum. It doesn't happen alone. And it happens with strong leadership such as yours. So thank you very much for that, Mayor, and for being a little flexible on the time of hopping on and giving us a couple words.
Mr.
Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, before you go.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take advantage of your offer. I will be down in Rock Springs sometime in the next month. As you know, there's some folks from, I think it's Grinnell College, doing an excavation on the old Chinatown site in Rock Springs, and that's fascinating to me. And I spoke to Clark Stith. He said that the rocket miner might have some original materials When I'm down there, I just appreciate visiting with you, and you might point us in the right direction just to get some original research materials. I'm trying to learn more about that incident. You know, it's a pretty important, pivotal incident in American history.
Agreed.
And
I would love to do that. Bruce can give you my cell phone number, and if you just want to shoot me a text, we'll get her arranged.
I can get that for you, Dave.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Very good. Bye-bye. Thank you, guys.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. And so with that, I will hand this back over to Committee Chair Nelson and Services Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. As we move into the business resource contracts, I wanted to say that in our committee meeting, we had a lot of really great discussion, specifically on our partners and on their contracts and how that funding mechanism all works. Definitely appreciate CEO Dorrell getting out his crayons and mapping this all out for me and for our committee on how all of this works and all the integration of it. So really great conversation. Would encourage you to ask questions as we move through this, but kick it over to you, Brandon.
Think you again, Mr. Committee Chair. Board, for your consideration today, as we mentioned earlier, are 3 contracts with 3 of the organizations that really form the core of what we've traditionally called our business resource network. We depend heavily on these particular organizations in Wyoming, and then also for the Business Council, the overall effort we have to reach our goal, and really the most simplified goal we have for successful businesses in Wyoming that are growing and thriving and providing those opportunities we're looking for people to stay here and thrive here. So again, these are very, very, very vital services that are offered here that fit within a pocket of what some might call business retention expansion, fit within a pocket of entrepreneurial assistance. And so we're very, very proud of these relationships we've had. I actually don't know the genesis of the relationships with all of these. This is something that predates Brandon Marshall at Wyoming Business Council. So extremely long duration and long satisfaction with these organizations. And, over the years, ups and downs in all of them. I would say right now we're literally at peak performance on these particular contracts. The first for your consideration will be a contract we're doing. Before I forget, these are biennial contracts, which is we decided to go with the route of the biennial contracts. These organizations were funded from the legislature, both in a standard budget through our budget, which is a 1-year funding, but the exception budget portion of the legislature's budget funded these particular organizations for 2 years. So we are contracting for all of the available funds within the Business Council's budget at this point in time, which puts us at biennial contracts, which is good. That's what we've been doing traditionally, but there is a gap in these contracts, and that would be what we would cover with what's called standard budget in this next biennium. As a reminder, and I think we just need to say these things continually, a supplemental budget request will absolutely be necessary for these partners as well as the entire Business Council to have funding past July 1st of 2027. So just keeping that on your radar, we will need to be including these organizations in that budget request coming up that we'll all, I think, be working together on. So first partner up to talk with you today will be the Wyoming Women's Business Center. Shaylee Hancock, the executive director, is on with them. We are proposing a contract with the Wyoming Women's Business Center of $723,308 for the biennium. And I am going to pass the baton, microphone, whatever it is, to Shaylee to talk more about what they do and take any questions you guys have.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, and good morning, Mr. Co-Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for having me today. As Brandon said, I'm Shaylee Hancock, Executive Director of the Wyoming Women's Business Center, and we were founded in 1999. So we're a 501c3 nonprofit headquartered in Laramie, and we serve entrepreneurs in all 23 counties of Wyoming. So I want to walk you through who we are, who we serve, how we fit into the strategic partner ecosystem, and what the investment in us actually produces on the ground. So to start, I want to talk about the why behind our work. As you know, Wyoming has a workforce participation problem, especially in rural counties. A significant share of working age residents are sitting outside the traditional workforce, not because they lack ability, of course, but because the traditional workforce doesn't fit their lives. Many of them have marketable skills and viable business ideas, but what they don't have is access to capital, technical assistance, or the kind of flexible support that meets them where they are. Now, when those people don't get to business formation, Wyoming loses on a couple of fronts: reduced workforce participation and a narrower economic base. Micro businesses are how rural towns hold on to their Main Street vitality and how families oftentimes build a second income stream that keeps them in Wyoming instead of leaving. So that's the gap that our organization closes. So who do we serve? Well, our clients are not high growth or tech startups. They're the people building the grassroots economy of Wyoming. So rural entrepreneurs in counties maybe without a chamber or a co-working space, women running businesses while managing caregiving responsibilities, first-time business owners who have never written a business plan or maybe even read a profit and loss statement, or maybe even artists, makers, tradespeople who have a marketable product but no business infrastructure. These are the businesses that hold rural Wyoming together. The bookkeeper in Sundance, Wyoming's first freestanding birthing center in Cheyenne, the photographer in Sheridan, the dental lab in Worland. None of them are on a venture capital radar at all, but all of them are a part of why their towns are still standing. So really our mission is to empower Wyoming entrepreneurs and micro businesses through microfinance programs and technical assistance that helps them start, expand, and sustain businesses in Wyoming. Everything we do here is really rooted on one principle. We teach clients how to fish. We don't fish for them. So our goal is a Wyoming business owner who can run their business confidently long after they stop working with us. And we're able to deliver on that mission through a couple of core areas, which are reflected in the scope within our contract. So first is capital access. We operate the only SBA, so Small Business Administration, microloan program in Wyoming, and we can lend anywhere from $500 to $50,000. We're also a character-based lender, which means that we get to say yes to Wyoming residents who have been told no everywhere else. Our microloans also serve early stage businesses that don't yet qualify for traditional bank financing. And just to be clear, because we get asked this a lot, no state dollars are lent directly to businesses. State funds do support the technical assistance that makes those loans successful. And these dollars also serve as the required non-federal match on our SBA technical assistance grant that we get. And because we're the only SBA microlender in the state's investment in our organization is ultimately how Wyoming captures those dollars. And then second is the business assistance and technical support aspect. We don't just give our clients capital and say, go do good work, go run a good business, right? We provide counseling, advisory services, and we contract with industry professionals across the state, including attorneys, accountants, human resource experts, marketing specialists, and others that are needed. And our clients can access them at no cost. So a first-time business owner in Lingle can sit down with a real attorney to understand their LLC structure, or maybe a CPA to set up their books correctly from day one. And so what happens is our clients leave those sessions knowing how to handle that area of their business going forward. That's the whole teach them how to fish piece in action. And it solves the problem now and also builds the client's capability for the future. So since our inception, we have directly assisted in the creation of more than 3,700 Wyoming jobs. We've deployed over $4 million in capital into Wyoming-owned micro businesses, and we've served entrepreneurs in all 23 counties of Wyoming. And every dollar of loan capital, when it's repaid, gets recycled back into the next Wyoming entrepreneur, which is a really cool aspect of our program. It doesn't touch our operating budget at all. So where do we fit within the strategic partner ecosystem? We fit really at the front of the pipeline at the grassroots level. So we focus on three things: bringing Wyoming residents into entrepreneurship in the first place, supporting micro businesses with 1 to 5 employees, and then reaching the rural and minority-owned businesses that traditional economic development often misses. And as I mentioned previously, we're also the only SBA microlender in the state. So that's really our lane, but distinct lanes don't really mean isolated work, of course. We collaborate especially closely with the SBDC, the Small Business Development Center. They refer clients to us to our microloan program, and we refer clients to them for specialized one-on-one coaching and counseling. We share a lot of clients, and that's really intentional. We actively encourage our clients and entrepreneurs to use as many resource partners as they can. We never want to be the only partner with we never want to be the only partner that a Wyoming business owner works with, because the best supported entrepreneurs and business owners are the ones that are drawing on the full ecosystem. Now, I do want to mention that we are going through a name change and a rebrand so we can more clearly represent what we do and who we serve, and that will be finalized in July or August. So to close, we've been doing this work for nearly 27 years now. We have trusted relationships in every county. We have a scope of work that we've developed with the Business Council staff that's tight, deliverable, and measurable. And also thanks to the collaboration with Mr. Dorrell and Mr. Marshall starting this contract period, you'll be seeing quarterly impact reports in your board packets so that you can track exactly what this investment is producing. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Pretty quiet bunch today, Ms. Hancock. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate the partnership of the Wyoming Business Center and the void it helps fill in our goal for regionalism. Oh, sorry, all of a sudden we had a whole bunch of hands raised. Let's start off with you, Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Quick question for Brandon and Shaylee. I know that there was some confusion coming out of the legislative session, and maybe Mr. Dorrell, you want to address this too, about the supplemental and the nature of the funding that was approved by the legislature. And I know that there was back and forth between our partners. And I'm just curious, Brandon, you had mentioned that everybody would be beholden to a supplemental going forward, and there may have been dispute about that at one point. Brandon, Shaylee, Josh, can you provide us with some background and update on how you see that?
Yeah, and I probably need a pinch hitter on this if you want, but I think one of the things, we are very confident in the numbers we have at this point. We know that they're correct. Confirmation with LSO, governor's office, and the partners. So we are confident that where those are. But yeah, the original confusion arises from the exception portion of the budget being for 2 years, but the standard budget where we fund these contracts through the economic diversification budget in the Business Council, that is only 1 year funding. And so that's where the need will arise for us to be able to put in a budget request. These organizations will have funding July 1st, 2027, but it won't be sufficient funding. It will only be that exception request if we do not receive additional funding.
Okay, thank you.
Hand up. Where the hell's my hand here?
You're on, Mr. Ginsky.
What, give me background. Background me a little bit if you could. I was on appropriations. I can't recall the whole story. The Women's Center, was it originally with the Department of Workforce Services transferred to the Business Council, or the Business Council being transferred somewhere else? And somehow the funding, kind of fell into the cracks of this transition. And the reason I ask is I've had a couple people ask me about it. And, they're concerned that somehow somebody doesn't want to give the Women's Center money. And it's not that. I need to have maybe a half-page memo that I can understand what happened.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that. Josh, do you want to?
Yeah. Let's see, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Kinsky. How did I do? We'll get there. So there's some confusion here. There are two separate issues that I think you might be aware of, and where this history might get a little bit murky. So let me see if I can walk through it. The Wyoming Business Council was the home for, I believe it was called the Wyoming or the Women's Count or the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues or something like that. And it was a separate group. And that was an entity to address issues that women have or are working on to, create policy and investments to help any issues that women might have, especially in business. We transitioned that organization from our umbrella to the Department of Workforce Services, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, maybe 4 to 5 years ago. That's a separate entity than what we're talking about now, which is the Wyoming Women's Business Center, which is a part of the kind of the business resource network, or how do we help provide services for women's businesses. And as Shaylee mentioned, they're going through a name change, and they actually don't only provide their services to women. And so that could be the confusion you might be thinking about. The Wyoming Women's Business Center, which Shaylee represents today, is a entity that we have continued to fund and increased the funding for over the years based on their scope and based on their results. So that is, I think you might be combining two different things. But the entity that I think you're talking about, we did move into the Department of Workforce Services because it better aligned with their mission.
And then the funding problem is because just that the business council and your funding and these other entities' funding was funded for 1 year. And so it's not that you're holding back money from the Women's Business Center. It's you all have 1 year. That's all everybody's getting, right?
That's correct, Mr. Kinsky. We are following the letter of the budget law, which says here is the amount of money that you have to operate. Here is the amount of money that your partners have to operate. I will say that it is not a straightforward calculation because, as Brandon was working to describe, what are called exception requests were actually funded for 2 years. However, the standard budgets were for 1 year. And so Mr. Nelson wasn't wrong. He did say crayons rather than whiteboard markers, but he's exactly right. We had to sort of like map this out on the whiteboard. And our partners, the Small Business Development Center, Manufacturing Works, and the Wyoming Women's Business Center, have been very understanding of that situation, and also know that we will be putting in a supplemental budget request for that next year of their standard budget to make them whole. I do think that is something that the legislature intends to support based on what we're hearing, but we will have to use that mechanism to make them whole as well as us for that second year of the.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yep, my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Dorrell. Thank you, Mr. Kinsky. Ms. Down.
Thanks, committee chair and co-chair. I just wanted to give a shout out to Shaylee and the organization and the work that's done there. From the bank perspective, the Wyoming Women's Business Center is a huge resource. We often get requests from new business owners who want to take the next step, and they typically aren't ready for typical bank financing. And that organization is a beautiful referral opportunity and gets them ready for the next steps that they want to take, and eventually gets them what we call bankable. And we love the connection with the Women's Business Center. I'm a big supporter, so I appreciate everything you guys do. And I'm looking forward to the rebrand also, because it has been a little off for a while. So I'm really glad that that's happening, and just congratulations for the work that you've done. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Mr. Co-Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Downham, thanks for those remarks. I appreciate hearing from someone who's working with them on a regular basis. That's fantastic. I also wanted to commend you, you Shaylee, and your team, as well as Brandon and Josh, around working on that quarterly report of impact statement, I think is how you call it. To me, that's exciting, not only for us to be able to see that impact, but also to be able to better communicate that out to the folks that we meet and around the state. And I think the more we can talk about programs like yours that are making a true difference and impact on the little guy and gal, I think that's really beneficial. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Christensen.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, I have a question, I think, for Shaylee first, which is just because I want to understand it. How do you guys operate throughout the state? Do you work primarily digitally, or do you have kind of a network of staff that do some of that, I'm going to call it counseling piece? And then my question for Brandon is, I see the monthly payment schedule and it drops then in 2027. Is that related to the budget discussion, or is that related to they're anticipating other funds coming in or a reduction of services? Because it sounds like what they're doing is important. So thank you.
Mr. Marshall. Oh, sorry, Ms. Hancock, and then we'll go to Mr. Marshall. I apologize.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Christensen, thank you for the question. So most of our services are delivered virtually. We are expanding, or when we went to the Business Council at the end of this last year to present to them and ask for our budget, we mentioned that we have plans to integrate in-person events. So we beta tested one here in Laramie about 6 months ago. It was an event called Could You Be an Entrepreneur? And so it really, again, meets them where they are, provides childcare during that event, and introduces the idea of entrepreneurship, small business ownership. And so while most of our services are conducted virtually, moving forward, we do anticipate going into those rural communities as well. Thank you.
Anything to follow up there?
All I would add is I love your mission. I think that we all talk about the big employers, and I've said it before, but I never said it as eloquently as you guys do, that the things that make the downtowns nice and the things that make Wyoming a nice place to live and a community you want to live in are those kind of quirky individual businesses that are great. And so I love you providing some support to those people so that they can be successful.
Thank you. I was just in Lander visiting a cinnamon roll shop that opened. Who doesn't want to live in a community that serves amazing cinnamon rolls? So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, did you have a follow-up on that?
Mr. Chairman, just to Mr. Christensen, your translation of that budget document is correct. We actually did present, the ability to do that differently with the Women's Business Center. They elected to go with that as the budget, but that is reflecting what their budget would look like next year without standard funding from the Business Council. So I guess the follow to that is this meeting next year, providing the legislature chooses funding on all of these things, we'll be asking you to amend these contracts to bring them to full funding.
Thank you.
I think it's important to note that delta that Mr. Kimsky talked about and Brandon just mentioned on the funding exists with all three partners that we will be discussing today. And as we move into fall, we will be looking for budget exceptions to be presented as part of our budgeting process going into the budget exception season at the end of the year. So any other questions for either Ms. Hancock or Mr. Marshall? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to approve the staff recommendation of the contract between the Business Council and the Wyoming Women's Business Center.
I make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Pivik, a second by Mr. Christensen. Any further discussion? Seeing all, I'll signify the contract by saying aye.
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 Any opposed by the same sign? Seeing none, motion carries. Mr. Marshall, let's go ahead and move on to the Small Business Development Center.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman. We have Jill Klein, who is the director of the Wyoming Small Business Development Center, that'll join us today and kind of go through similar to what Shaylee presented there on what they do and how they track their success at the SBDC. But as a reminder, the SBDC contract will be for $2,526,585. That is again, a biennial contract with a gap in next year, reflecting our standard budget amount not being part of this contract. The SBDC this contract operates as an umbrella contract for the different entities that the SBDC runs, both the standard Small Business Development Center, the Apex, word blanks me. Jill will explain this. The Apex Accelerator, thank you. Wyoming SBIR, STTR Initiative Program, WSSI, as well as the Market Research Center. These are all very, very important pieces. When we start talking about business retention expansion in the state and the tools we have for that, this is one of those direct things that assists the existing companies in the Wyoming, but it also is extraordinarily helpful on the startup side as people are considering whether to go into business. They can do it with the SBDC for free and do it right. And so I think huge value there. But before I slaughter what they do, I'm going to let the actual expert tell you that. So Jill, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, and good morning, everyone. Committee Chair Nelson, Mr. Co-Chair, thanks for having us this morning, and thank you for working with the legislature to help them understand the importance of not only your program, but all of ours and what we do for the state. And I would like to commend Shaylee. She really nailed some of the things that I will just confirm. We work very closely with the Women's Business Center and Manufacturing Works and all of the entrepreneurial ecosystem programs across the state. We do make it our business to be aware of all of the resources available to any entrepreneur that walks through our door, because if we are not the right person or the right entity to be working with them, we want to be able to refer them to the appropriate place. As Brandon said, my name's Jill Klein. I am the state director for the Wyoming Small Business Development Center Network. And as Brandon alluded to, our network includes not only the SBDC, which I call the umbrella program. We, over the years, to fulfill the obligations of what's in our SBA notice or funding opportunity, it asks that we provide government contracting assistance. Therefore, in 2000 or 2003, I get confused between Market Research Center and Apex, we applied for and received funding from the Department of Defense to provide that government contracting assistance. And of course, it requires match, and that's where the Business Council comes in. The next program is the Market Research Center, which is actually in state statute to provide competitive intelligence to entrepreneurs across the state or small businesses or economic development entities. And we house the Market Research Center. We have a program manager, and they both do market research and do that on behalf of our clients and on other economic development organizations. And then our Wyoming SBIR, STTR initiative, and again, in response to what's in our SBA notice of award, is provide innovative funding or innovative assistance to help business with product development or whatever their innovation is, to bring it from that commercialized or that idea stage to a commercialized state. And that's what the Small Business Innovation Research Program or Small Business Technology Transfer Program really focuses on. There are 11 federal agencies that participate in that that program. And we have we have Kelly Hagler Cornish, who is the program manager for WSSI and also oversees the federal and state technology program, which is we use the WSSI funding from the Business Council to match the federal FAST program, which again supports those businesses who have innovative ideas and trying to bring that idea to a commercialized state that either solves a problem from one of the federal agencies that participate, or they have identified a problem, and some of the federal agencies say, hey, tell us what you have identified and how you're going to solve that, and that participates. That makes or our staff will assist them in determining which program's best for them, what federal agencies they might be able to apply to, and so on. And currently we have a supplemental program called Cybersecurity for Small Businesses. That was an SBA supplemental program. We've had it for the last 3 years. It will sunset this August. It required no match funding. It was 100% federal, but it provided a critical component to our small business clients around cybersecurity. And of course, it touches on AI now too. We all are touched by AI now, but we do stay in front of those trends and make sure that we can assist businesses. So that brings me back to our umbrella program, the Small Business Development Center, where we have strategically located staff across the state in 7 communities, serving all 23 communities. And our ultimate goal and our mission is very simple, is to help businesses succeed. So anybody who comes through our door, we'll help them with the viability of their idea all the way through exiting, and everything in between. So if they're, hey, I think I want to start that cinnamon roll company in such and such a community, we'll help them through everything that they need to do, because it's 9 times out of 10, these individuals have a skill or a dream that they want to open, for example, a cinnamon roll or a bakery, and they don't know where to start business-wise. So we train, educate, provide resources, advise. We're with them for the life of their business, hopefully. And we guide them, again, to other resources like the Women's Business Center. Some of those individuals we work with cannot get a traditional loan through a bank yet. They're starting small, they're starting in their home, whatever the case may be. So we work very closely with the Women's Business Center, and those microloans are exceptionally important until an entrepreneur grows to the point where they are able to get traditional funding through a bank. We work, of course, closely with SBA. SBA does not provide direct loans. They guarantee loans, but they are our federal funder. So we are constantly talking about their programs and their financial opportunities as well. But even SBA will tell you, if you can go to the bank and get a loan on your own and you don't need a guarantee, that's the better deal than getting an SBA guarantee. So let's see. We've been around since 1994. I actually started with the organization in 1998 and have played almost every role in this organization until I'm now the state director, and have been for, what year is this? 10 or 12 or 15 years now. So a long time. So we've seen a lot of ups and downs. And of course, we work very closely across the state with the Business Council regional directors, where they're looking at the bigger picture. We're on the boots on the ground with every individual who is thinking about or operating a business, and either, needs assistance with, hiring. If you looked at our services, it's anything you can imagine a business might find challenging, from gaining access to capital, preparing to go to the bank for a loan, getting that competitive intelligence from our market research center. Most businesses, there's no way they could afford the data that they would have to purchase from any one of the databases we subscribe to, and then put beautiful reports together directly to, and we submit those directly to the business and their advisor so that they can review that report together, implement what has been suggested, or again, prepare to go to that bank for a loan or whatever their challenge happens to be. So, and then of course, as businesses grow, change, if they are looking for a new market, we certainly will advise them to consider government contracting, the world's largest consumer. So we have 2 individuals on staff who will help the small business jump through all those hoops of what it takes to be a government contractor. And that's local, regional, or local, county or state or federal contracts that our staff will work with. Let's see. Yeah, I think I've talked about all of our community, or all of our programs. We've been around for quite some time, obviously, and there is an SBDC. It's a nationwide network, and we share, what we call R&D is rob and duplicate from other SBDCs. If they're doing something that we feel might work here in Wyoming, we'll give that a try. And people have robbed and duplicated from the Wyoming SBDC many, many times over the years. So we take advantage of that network. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. I am open to whatever questions. I can give you statistics. I can provide you, we do an annual report. We do quarterly reports. We report constantly, to be perfectly honest. We do put out an annual report and provide that both in hard copy to Mr. Dorrell and Mr. Marshall, but also electronically, and it's on our website. We always post those. Oh, additionally, we continually provide success stories to demonstrate our success with individuals. One other thing I'll mention that it sets us apart sometimes from, and actually has been noted as a best practice, is we are required to get attribution from our clients. So when we report that we helped clients get over $12 million in capital during the course of 2025, that we have written attribution or written a document that says, yes, because of the services we received from the Small Business Development Center, we were able to start the business or get the loan or hire a person, whatever those metrics are. So, and I also track those people who don't attribute their loans or their starts or their hiring. So I can report that to SBA and to the Business Council that, hey, despite the fact that we only helped, it shows that we only helped with $12 million plus over the course of 2025. There's another million or 2 million or whatever the case may be in unattributed capital that, the client either just wouldn't commit to saying, yeah, they got help from us. Wyoming people are very independent and private, and they may not want it out there that, although we are mandated by federal law to maintain client confidentiality. So unless we have a written release, a signed release, we don't release those success stories, and certainly not any of their personal information. You can imagine that we obtain quite a bit of personal information from these individuals that they don't want out there, and it takes quite some time. So we have long-term relationships with these individuals to build that trust, and so that they know that their private information remains private. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Mr. Pivik.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Ms. Klein, how do you reach out to your communities and your potential clients since your based in Laramie?
I'm based in Laramie, and some of our staff is based in Laramie. We have 7 regions, so we have staff located in Gillette. I'll first say the SBDC home bases, but they serve several counties. Each regional director serves several counties. We have someone in Gillette, Powell, Casper, Rock Springs, Laramie, Cheyenne, and I hope is that 7. So they do outreach continually. They make sure they're embedded in the community. They participate in, for example, chamber events or economic development meetings that are appropriate. We have a marketing individual on staff who does, our press releases, our social media, our outreach to individuals. We make sure we maintain those partner relationships so that we can make those referrals back and forth, especially those individuals or those entities that are embedded in communities like a Chamber of Commerce. We will present at chamber meetings, we'll attend chamber events just to build our capacity. We do provide quite a bit of online and in-person trainings in or across the state, where we call that lead generation, because we frequently get individuals attending some training that may not be a client yet, but they wanted to attend whatever we're presenting on, so that and that's where they may be introduced to us, and then hopefully they see the value, and we always encourage them to sign up for services. So
I appreciate that. I guess I just must live in a hole. I mean, I've been in this business now for 27 years, and until I got on the business council, I didn't even know you existed. So I just don't know how we get our word out, both on the business council side and everybody else's side. A lot of people don't belong to Chamber of Commerce's, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm a lifetime member because I gave them a ton of money, but at the end of the day, I feel like I live in a cave, and I feel really bad about this because a business like mine could have really used your help.
Mr. Pivek, I can feel your pain. And one of the worst things that we hear from people is, I had no idea you existed. You're the best kept secret. How come I didn't know about you? And I wish you guys would market. And it's like, oh my gosh, I don't know what else we can do. But someone once said to me, Jill, you can, and the marketing lingo is, you've got to hear it at least 7 times. And with all the noise nowadays, it's probably double that. You need to hear things probably 14 times before it starts resonating with you. But yeah, it's really, and we think we're good at what we do, especially marketing. We train people on what they should be doing. And here we sit and hear exactly that, Mr. Pivek. And it's sad, but what was said to me was, people don't pick up on things until they need it. Now, in your case, you may have needed it and didn't hear about us when you started, which is totally unfortunate, and you're not alone. And I don't know what else we can do. Even with the amount of entrepreneurial services in the state and the amount of marketing each entity has done, there are still people out there who have no idea the vast resources available to them, unfortunately. So we'll do our best to keep our name out there.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Mr. Kinski.
You had made reference to a database. You said that you maintain a database that none of those people could afford to tap, and then you said you get evidently a report back out of the database. Can you tell me what the database is?
Sure. Well, we have multiple, and I don't have the list, but IBIS World, BizMiner, Euromonitor, there's Dunn's Bradstreet. I don't know that we have that anymore, or it may have changed names. We even have a database that covers the wedding industry, because we get so many people requesting information about providing services for the individuals going to have a wedding. So we have I can't tell you, probably 10 very different databases that we purchase. And then our researchers, if we get the questions from the client, or our advisor is working with the client, and they'll develop some questions that what they're looking for, what questions or what information they need to determine, make the educated decision as to whether or not to move forward. So they may need to know the demographics or the psychographics of who their customers might be. They might need to know the competition in their community. They might want to, we have a opportunity to help them determine where, if they have a brick and mortar location in mind, they might want to find out, hey, is this a good location for this business? Clusters of restaurants is a good thing, but clusters of other businesses might not be a good thing, or it might. So we provide all of that type of information. Our researchers will boil. I mean, we can't just do data dumps from those databases, because that would overwhelm a client. So what our researchers will do, will pull the appropriate information and put it in a report, and put it in I'll say layman's terms, or in terms that they can read, and try and get rid of what may not be necessary at that moment in time for whatever they're looking for. And then the advising staff will go over that with them to help them, develop their business plan, or put the information into a plan that will they can take to the bank. Again, a lot of financial information can be obtained from those databases to, based on industry, so they can do some realistic cash flow projections that bankers like to see. So yeah, we have multiple databases.
So are these, I mean, the one I'm familiar with is RMA, Robert Morris Associates. Is that one of them that you have?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't think it's called Robert Morris Association anymore, but we use our RMA, or have.
And so some of these databases, the way things you're describing to me go way beyond the old RMA reports, which was just a sort of a composite of the financial statements in an industry. You go much deeper, I guess, into a particular industry.
We do. We can go as deep as they need within reason. I mean, if we can't find it, it's probably not out there. And we do get stumped once in a while, but we do our best to respond to every client's, no matter what their business is.
Well, if you would email me your contact, I haven't heard about you either.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh no.
But I've got a referral for you. So if you email me some information, I'd be happy to pass somebody on to you that I think could use your help.
Okay. Awesome. Great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate what you do. Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kinski. Miss Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. I just wanted to issue a vote of confidence for what the SBDC does. My ex-husband actually worked for Jill in the SBDC back in 2007 to 2012, and I can just attest from where I sit that they're really an asset to the community with the tools that they have at their disposal to help people who want to start small businesses and get into this world and understand the market in which they hope to operate.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That was excellent.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Community Chair Nelson. Ms. Klein, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for all the work you guys do with the SBDC. I know in our part of the state, I see PJ, it seems like everywhere. And PJ and Brandy kind of run in packs, which is fantastic. And I love seeing the involvement of the SBDC in so many businesses up here in at least the northeast corner of the state, and helping them get off the ground. So luckily I have a slightly different viewpoint than a couple other people, which is a-okay, but it's great seeing the efforts and the businesses that have been able to grow out of the partnership between the SBDC, the Energy Capital, Economic Development, and the Business Council, and I definitely have seen evidence of the handoffs that you described, and it being a who can best serve and handing projects back and forth. So just wanted to commend you and your team for those efforts and believe they're making a difference. I think the hardest part is exactly what you said in response to Mr. Pivik. How do we continue to get that out in a world where there's more and more noise?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any other questions for Ms. Klein? The only thing I would throw out to you is I was able to sit and observe Ms. Klein relay all of her different metrics in our recent JAC meeting in early May. And if you haven't been able to look through the wonderful work and report that they provide and that they are doing, I would encourage you to do so. Some of those metrics were fantastic. So if there's no other questions for Ms. Klein, I would entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation of the contract with the SBDC.
I so move.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Ms. Lurgeski, and who is our second? Sorry.
Atkinson.
Ms. Atkinson, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no, all signify by saying aye.
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 Sorry, I apologize. I just got sidetracked there. Any opposed by the same motion? Seeing none, motion carries.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Moving on, Mr. Marshall will go on to manufacturing works with Mr. Case.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, just briefly, maybe publicly apologize to Mr. Case for the cardio workout I caused him earlier. You absolutely could have just walked, but nonetheless, glad to see you there, Rocky. Mr. Committee Chair for the board, this is a request for approval of the 2-year contract, same scenario as the SBDC and the Women's Business Center. This 2-year contract with Manufacturing Works via University of Wyoming is $1,902,000 to $902,275 is that budget. Manufacturing Works, again, going back to somewhat what I said about the SBDC, Manufacturing Works truly fits within the standard economic development wonk terminology that you'll see that's BRE, business retention expansion. This is all about our existing small and medium-sized manufacturers and how can we help them be more efficient? How can we help them reach new markets, grow sophistication within Wyoming, and grow our know-how so that as a state we move forward knowing and doing bigger and better things. That's my synopsis of what Manufacturing Works does anyway. Like before I destroy this, I'm going to give it to Rocky to explain what they do and what we're contracting with them for.
Thank you, Brandon. Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all of you. I recognize most of you. Happy to be here this morning. Let's kind of walk through some similar steps to my previous colleagues. Manufacturing Works is the state manufacturing extension partnership. And that means probably nothing, but what that truly means is the Department of Commerce has the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which has an MEP in every state. So similar to the SBDC, I have colleagues throughout the US doing similar work, et cetera. So we cover the gamut, and we'll do everything as basic from so I like to reduce things kind of to the ridiculous. If I walk in the door to a client and they say, hey, so-and-so is having trouble with Excel today, can you help them out? Yes. But in true reality, we want to help those small and medium manufacturers do what they do better, be more profitable, be more competitive, whether that's locally, regionally, nationally, globally. I don't know if you guys have looked at our website in terms of the core services that we do offer. This one here, so I'm going to go to our website. Advanced Manufacturing Technologies, Business Health Assessments, Continuous Improvement, Cybersecurity, ISO, Quality Management, Prototyping, Supply Chain Optimization, workforce development, and then any other needs that might arise within a particular client's scenario. So we have physical office space in Riverton, Laramie, Cheyenne, and Rock Springs, but we do cover the entirety of the state through the team that we've assembled that lives throughout the state. And this has come up a little bit, and this I think maybe comes from my my work in the private sector. How do we get the word out? And I tell my team, don't wait for the phone to ring, go make it ring. Why we do that is we get out of the seats, we get out from behind our desks, and we get out into the field, and we develop relationships with our clients. And then that message cascades. We have a success story that somebody talks about and says, have you met Manufacturing Works? And just the network grows. And I think somebody said it a minute ago about turning up the noise. I love turning up the noise in a positive fashion. And I've assembled a team that does that, I think, strongly throughout the state. Similar to the SBDC, we do have quarterly metrics. We measure on a rolling 4-quarter average. I think some of you probably know this story, but when I started 7 years ago, the program was very rapidly heading towards 0 on the NIST MEP scorecard, and it took about 1.5 years to recover, but we've been anywhere from 75 to 100 for most of my tenure on that scorecard. So we're really hitting the marks. And how we measure that is surveys that NIST sends our clients. So they ask them a number of questions along the lines of, did the services help you increase sales, be more efficient, save money, invest in capital equipment, a number of different things. And then, did you like working with Manufacturing Works or not? And if so, why? And if not, why not? And those kind of things. I think we call that the Net Promoter Score. Gosh, I could go on and on. I forgot to start with my other 2 colleagues before me. We make it our absolute goal to understand what's going on in each community related to economic development. And so I ask my team members, engage with the business council regionals, engage with your chambers, have these conversations, cascade the noise of what we can do. Differently than the other 2, we don't necessarily have a client coming to us with a problem that they want to solve. We, generally speaking, will start with a business health assessment and a gap analysis to find out the state of affairs with their business. And sometimes we'll survey the C-suite, and sometimes we'll survey the entirety of the company. But that builds a heat map for us to say, okay, based on what you told us, these are the things that we should work on. And then we develop a scope of work around that. So it's kind of unique. We operate much like a business with federal and state funds. What separates us from any third-party consultant that you could go hire, if I don't have the service in-house as a deliverable and expert on staff to deliver it, I'm tapping into my colleagues nationwide to find a third-party vendor that's vetted, that's been there, that's done that, so that we can guarantee that the scope of work that we've defined for you is going to accomplish A through Z, and at the end of it, you will be able to do this. And manufacturing is just kind of, it's all encompassing, from honey and beer all the way up to parts for nuclear energy, micromodular nuclear energy, which we're smack dab in the middle of. So I could go on and on and on. I've done my best to, and with brevity, capture what we do. And I'm not quite sure exactly what you want to know. So questions are encouraged so that I can answer those questions. Thank you to the board and to the committee chair.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Questions for Mr. Case? Maybe Rocky, while everybody's just running through some of their thoughts, could you give us some of those high-level metrics that you shared in JAC? I hate to put you on the spot. Do you have those in front of you?
If I switch screens, I absolutely do. Right deal here. So On our most recent scorecard, which came out about a month ago for the rolling 4-quarter average, new sales, we were 255% of the NIST plan, what they want us to meet. Retained sales at 96%, jobs created and retained at 90%. New investment was 107%. We did fall down in cost savings this quarter and are trying to work out why, but that hit 42%. The good news is these surveys, we hit about anywhere from 90 to 100% on the survey response rate. So we're getting those numbers, and we know that we're getting a good data set. We're at 106% of the market penetration that NIST wants us to hit, and 121% of the surveyable clients, and 102% of the new clients that they like. So they don't like us to work with the same clients over and over again. They want us to fill that bucket up with new clients on each quarter. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. Those are some very impressive metrics, and appreciate the work that you all are doing there. Are there any other questions for Mr. Case? What I would just throw out there then is you think about our goal.
So just raised your hand.
Oh.
Pardon me.
No, thank you very much, Miss Atkinson.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say I have nothing but good to say for manufacturing works in the Southwest region. Rocky has just hired Eric Carmen Murray, who used to work at Genesis, and what he has done for the region is really commendable on behalf of manufacturing works and economic development. He's not only partnered with existing businesses in the region, but new businesses coming into the community because of his relationship with the Next Gen Sector Partnership, Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership. He's been able to get into the high schools in the region and talk to different people. So he's working on workforce development, K through 12, and the community colleges with all this being done. And so I think this is just a good example of really strong networking and how if you pull together all of the relationships that you have, a lot can be accomplished. So thank you, Rocky, for all that you do.
Thank you,
Ms. Atkinson. That's actually very much in line with where I was going. I was actually going to talk about our board goal this year with a focus on regionalism, and Rocky spoke to it, that, you know, encouragement from his staff to get in partnership with our regional reps and really focus on those businesses in those regions and trying to push that forth. And so as we looked at all three of these different partners, they really do emphasize the word partnership in that they're looking for ways to help grow the economy, looking at all programs across all of the partnerships to see which one may best fit an organization so that we can really put them in place and get them the help they need throughout all of our different resources and things that we have available. So yes, thank you very much, Rocky, and great work. Any other questions? Seeing none, then I would move to have a motion to approve staff recommendation of the contract with Manufacturing Works.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Smith and second by Mr. Christensen. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. And anything to follow up with, Mr. Marshall?
Not a huge thing. Thank you, board, for those approvals. These are obviously very important contracts that we do every year, but really, again, emphasizing more than contracts. These are our strategic partners forming that business resource network that really fill out the pieces of what we need to be doing to help business around the state. We all refer within each other, from each other to each other. Great example. Some of how that goes. We run a super small program called Industrial Certification Grants. Manufacturing Works is almost exclusively the one that drives companies to that, where those can help companies with basically industrial certifications. We'll share some of the costs in that to incentivize them to get better at what they do, to become more sophisticated, reach new markets. The other part of all of this, like a very practical thing, that SBDC actually provides for us market or licensing and permitting assistance. That's something we're required to do. If you've been spending any time in our legislation, that is one of the things that sits there as something the Business Council is supposed to be providing to companies around the state. We depend on the SBDC for that particular piece. So anyway, so many things are important about these relationships. Those are just kind of two little things that pop into my mind. But with that, thank you all. And thank you to Rocky, Shaylee, and Jill for joining us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that finishes up the Services Committee and updates for the board today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you to Mr. Marshall, as well as all of our partners who joined for that call. It's always great to hear about the good work that you're doing across the state with our regionals and our other staff, and look forward to seeing more of it come forward. With that, I believe we will hand it over to our Investment Standing Committee with Dr. Schaefer to run us through SBIR, Kickstart, and Deal Flow prior to our lunch break. So, Dr. Schaefer, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the council staff. Thanks for the opportunity to kick off the Investments Committee part of the agenda. In a moment here, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Adam. And one of the things I'd like him to do is sort of set the stage for not only what we'll talk about today and the investment opportunities that are before us, but thinking a little bit more about how we really look at the priorities of where we make our investments or determine the best investments will be made on behalf of the state of Wyoming to achieve our purpose. And we've been talking about that, thinking about that more and more. But at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to actually place precious resources in key areas that can help us move the needle on economic prosperity, or perhaps remove the barriers that inhibit it from occurring. And so, Bert, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of start the conversation with maybe those some thoughts there. I may have a few, and then we'll jump right into the SBIR and Kickstart updates, as well as some of the Deal Flow Report. I actually think those will follow where we'll likely want to focus some of our priorities of the year. So with that, Mr. Adam, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a quick update. We did have a really good investment committee meeting. We did end up going a little bit async for what we're going to talk about here, which is trying to help determine what investment priorities we should look at. That was a goal that Mr. Smith gave us when he was the committee chair, with the intent that these investment priorities would help us focus, would help us narrow what we're looking at. And the intent is not to say we won't fund this particular project because it doesn't fall in the investment priorities. The intent is to help us focus on those things that end up moving the needle for the state as a whole. And so we went through that meeting. We got a couple ideas on what these investment priorities could be. The staff has also talked about what investment priorities could look like. And so the current look is trying to collect as many of these ideas for investment priorities so that we can discuss and start prioritizing the priorities in the next investment committee meeting, and then they will go before the board in our February meeting. So the ones that we're currently looking at, sort of the high priority ones, are how do we support entrepreneurship? What does that look like? How do we continue to prioritize those types of investments? Another one is regional planning, right? That came up from Mr. Lance in a prior meeting. But how do we support regional planning? How do we prioritize investing in regional planning? What would that look like? Also thinking about how do we build the right toolbox? How do we have the tools that we need to support the development we're trying to catalyze in our communities, in the businesses, in all the different things where we're trying to grow Wyoming's economy? And another one that we've talked about, and I know the board has talked about it, we've looked at projects like this, is housing.
And I think that one is a stretch for a lot of people. So maybe it would help for me to describe a chain, right? If the target we're looking at for what we want to do with investments, what we want to do with the Business Council is strengthening Wyoming's economy, that requires businesses, which is also in the name of the Business Council, right? We need businesses to have a strong economy. Businesses require workforce. Workforce requires housing. That is a direct link to strengthening Wyoming's economy, and that's one of those other priorities that we talked about. So again, for the rest of the board and for the investments committee, if you've got ideas for this, please let us know. We're trying to collect these ideas that we can consider for investment priorities as we move into the next committee meeting prior to our September meeting. Anything I missed?
Yeah.
Committee Chair?
No, thank you, Mr. Adam. And this will be an interesting journey because we're making investments, we're shaping investment priorities and programs. At the same time, as we know, we've charged the organization and our CEO with helping us craft an overall economic development strategy that will likely include some of these areas. And so being able to progress and move, quote unquote, at the speed of business while we're also building and going through the process of shaping public policy around economic development agendas will be important. But I think we know enough to be able to continue to hit the gas pedal on things like you're going to hear about the work we're doing to support entrepreneurs and small businesses. The backbone of Wyoming's current and likely future economy will be important. Looking at those large structural barriers such as housing, I think will be important. There are things we have to debate as we talk about infrastructure investments in our communities so that our communities truly are business ready. Is it our role to focus on just infrastructure, or are there other entities that should be doing that at a broader level to make sure the communities truly do have an environment that can encourage business retention and expansion? But then are there specific infrastructure investments in many ways, like what we'll see with the two BRC programs proposals today, that actually unlock immediate economic growth and opportunity? So we've got some work to do, but I just appreciate Bert kind of laying that out and want the board and all our friends who are watching today to know that this is the direction we're going. And so these are the things we're going to be talking about, looking at, and we'll continue to shape sort of that investment strategy horizon, if you will, and come back with a little bit clearer picture of that at subsequent committee meetings and board meetings. So with that, Mr. Adam, why don't you take it away and let's get going with Kickstart and SBIR updates.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I'll turn it over to Brittany Faulkner to provide just a couple updates on SBIR and Kickstart. The reports were included in the consent agenda if anybody wants to reference those, but she does have a couple of updates to make to the board and to the public about where we're at with these programs. Brittany?
Thanks, Bert. Hello, everybody. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the board. It's great to see everybody virtually today instead of in person, but here we are. Like Bert mentioned, I am Brittany Faulkner, and I am the Startup Grants Manager. I oversee two grant programs, and that is the SBIR Match Program and the Kickstart Program. I thought today we'd start with the SBIR program. The SBIR Match Grant Program, so SBIR stands for Small Business Innovation and Research. It is a match grant program that leverages federal funds provided to small businesses through innovation and research technology efforts. You heard some about this through the discussion with the SBDC network and Kelly Cornish with the partnership with the University of Wyoming. We are like a secondary phase to the efforts and works that Kelly provides to these companies. These match grants are provided to companies that have been awarded a federal award first, and we kind of ride the coattail of the federal efforts to do the due diligence into these companies, really just to get these companies to stay here, these founders to stay here, and this technologies to stay here, all with the overarching goal of creating jobs, high-paying jobs, and long-term economic diversity within the state. If you look in your board book, starting at page 31, that is the presentation that Bert was referencing. And I'm sure you noticed in the update that Lindsay gave earlier that we actually have quite a bit of funding left in that program. The biggest reason for that is that our program is dependent upon the federal program, and the federal program was paused for a significant portion of last year. And so without any new federal grants coming in, we had nothing to match against. And so a lot of those funds just kind of stayed while we were waiting for the federal government to try and decide what they wanted to do with the program. The great news there is they have decided what they want to do with the program, and they have restarted that program. There have been some changes, but overall, the program at its core is still the same. And because we still have funding through in that program bucket through June 30th, we have had a few companies apply for match funds. We have 2 applications currently in process now, and a few more in the process of applying. So our hope is to get those through the system and under contract by June 30th so that we can get funds encumbered for these companies to utilize and further leverage federal funding. Before I move into Kickstart, I wanted to pause there. Are there any big questions about the SBIR update that we have? All right. Moving into Kickstart, so in your board materials, that starts at page 35. The program update with that is we are currently in the process of receiving reports from the previous awardees. And in the process of setting up our first mock board meeting. So if you recall, part of the process is these awardees, we have to report once per quarter for 6 quarters once they receive their funds. Part of that reporting criteria is the 3rd report and the 6th report are going to include mock board meetings with myself and other members of the WBC team. We have gotten to the point with our Q1 2025 round awardees that this is where they are in their reporting cycle. So those will be set up for the end of June and the first part of July. It's something that I'm really excited to be able to have conversations with these companies and get to ask some deep questions about how the grant has impacted them and how they've been able to utilize our resources to further their business and their growth. So I'm very excited for that. Additionally, the governor did approve our awards from our Q1 2026 round. As part of that approval, though, he did ask us to pause the Kickstart program as we go through this auditing process from the legislative session. So currently, the Kickstart program is paused, which is why there's not more of an update for this board meeting. But we are hopeful that we will resolve those concerns quickly and be able to resume application acceptance towards the end of this year.
Hey, Brittany, if I could, since we've got Mr. Renzio on from the governor's office, what we're going to see, I know, is the great impact and the success of your work with the Kickstart program here just over the last year or two. And that momentum is important, especially in the environment we face and wanting to support this growing, budding sort of entrepreneurial ecosystem we're cultivating. I'm wondering, Mr. Renzio, if you'd be willing to share with the board, what are the motivations behind pausing this? And you know, is this something we can revisit? Because it seems like the momentum's getting there, and after a long pause, being able to restart it and build that, it seems like this is a good investment to continue to progress with, given that it's got such strong structure and now good history behind it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Committee Co-Chairman, and Ms. Board Member Lance, thank you. Or not Lance, I'm sorry, Schaefer. The governor did request a temporary pause on this program while programmatic reviews are being conducted. And the full evaluation of what programs we want to keep in place, change, and move forward. So the governor sees that this pause as his role in helping with this review process. He's eager to see the forthcoming report and of course, any recommendation from this board as well about this program and any changes that may or may not need to be made as part of this process. I want to thank the Business Council staff for being so responsive to all the questions about the program from the governor's office. It was paused for quite a while, and so we're starting to learn more about the new program and process that's in place and the rigor behind it. And we're looking forward to seeing those reports and any recommendations from the board about the Kickstart program.
Thank you, Ms. Dorrenzio. Mr. Co-chair and maybe members of the board, something to chew on while we let the remainder of these reports go through is whether or not we want to actually make a formal recommendation that this program is solid. We support it. We believe that it's in the right vein and the right structure. And while there might need to be some statutory changes that we might recommend downstream, whether or not we want to actually take action to formally recommend and ask the governor to unpause the program, as I don't believe this is going to be one of those programs where we're going to go in and question whether or not it's having the impact, the intent, or aligns with the priorities of where we're at. So I'll plant that seed now, and Mr. Co-Chair, depending on the spirit, I guess I may bring that as a motion as we wrap up Investments Committee.
Dr. Schaefer, I would also invite the board members to consider that, and would welcome if you wanted to add that at the end of investments. I think we do have the benefit of this being a program that has recently been reviewed because it recently got started again. So I think it's something that's a little fresher on the mind, and knowing that our at least programmatic layout as we've been walking through with the legislature is something that we'll have to provide the report of that, here within this week anyway. I think the timing of the discussion of Kickstart is relevant and fits in line. So let's keep that in mind, and I would welcome that at the end of your committee, Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Brittany, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So with that, and speaking of reports, as I mentioned, we are starting to receive those reports from the awarded companies. We will be pulling that together as part of our projected annual report due to the Minerals Board and everybody else in October. But I wanted to quickly highlight some fantastic updates from some of these companies from this secondary go-round. Most of them are included in your board packet, so I encourage you to review that slide deck and get most of the updates from there. However, some that were not included that have come to fruition since the development of the board materials. One of our companies has been selected as a Solarpreneur of the Year through Zoom. She is one of 50 that were recognized out of over 4,000 applicants across the United States. She gets certain benefits from that, but most importantly, Zoom is now considering investment into her company with additional grants and funding opportunities. And her plan is to utilize that to hire some employees here in the state, as well as further develop her platform to be more self-standing and more robust so that she can launch her secondary rollout into additional industries across the United States. So that was a very exciting update to get. Another one is from one of our Q1 awardees. He reached a very critical milestone. This is Root to Shoot, now known as 10-gallon. Sorry, I had to pause because it went from Root to Shoot to Botany, and now it's 10-gallon. He settled on 10-gallon. That's what it is. But he has, as of 2 weeks, last week, he has established plants in his new facility that our funds helped him build. So Q1, so over a year ago, he received funds from us, and he used a majority of those funds to establish a new facility in Sheridan. And he now has plants growing in that facility that will go on to fulfill contracts that he already has in existence with the University of Wyoming. So that was really exciting. He has also made 2 additional hires and is in the process of hiring 2 more individuals to be able to handle those contracts that he has been able to secure. So very exciting updates. We now that we are getting reporting in, we are getting more and more updates, and I'm very excited to see the impact that this program has already had on the state and will hopefully continue to have as we continue to roll out these funds. And with that, that's the updates we have for Kickstart. So any additional questions from anyone?
Questions for Ms. Faulkner? Yes, Mr. Renzio.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman and Dr. Schaefer. Brittany, thanks for these updates. This isn't a question as much as a comment. I really appreciate the Kickstart updates and the way that it's so detailed to each company. I think this was a comment that we heard at I believe, the Minerals Committee meeting about really telling the story of the Wyoming companies and who the people are behind the data and the numbers. So I just wanted to highlight that about how much it's so impactful to see the real companies and that they're here in Wyoming. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renzio. Any other questions for Ms. Faulkner? Seeing none, Brittany, thank you for your work and the great effort you're putting behind Kickstart and the companies that you're working with. We appreciate that. So I think at this time, Bert, if you're okay, we'll turn it over and move to the Wyoming Deal Flow Report from our Venture Development Manager, Mr. O'Brien. There's Ryland.
That's great. Yep, we'll turn it over to Ryland and he'll go through the Wyoming Deal Flow Report that we recently put together for 2025. If anybody has questions on YVC, the quarterly report is in the consent agenda materials. Ryland?
Yeah, thanks, Bert. Good morning, co-chair, committee chair, members of the board. Excited to be presenting the 2025 Wyoming Deal Flow Report to give some background as to why this report is in existence and why we strive to put it together every year. When we refer back to the chicken and egg problem around the startup ecosystem in Wyoming and the lack of deal flow that is seen or understood by investors and the lack of capital in the ecosystem, and that really unique relationship between attracting capital through deal flow and the deal flow then resulting in additional capital to the ecosystem. This report really consolidates that information to show the real physical activity that's taking place in Wyoming. So with that, I will jump right in. Starting off with our ecosystem spotlights here, we'd like to highlight the symbiotic relationship between companies, venture funds, and communities, where companies are hiring, building out talent and workforce in the state, and driving innovation towards markets. The venture funds in the state are providing the capital and the resources required to grow and continuously execute on milestones of these high growth ventures. And then the communities that serve as the bridge between the companies and the venture funds to really build out support systems for these companies and the investors as they make very promising investments in the state. So this year, the company that we are spotlighting is User Evidence. They are building a very unique team structure in Jackson, where they are hiring talented workforce right there in Jackson, but also leveraging a remote technical-based team as well. For the venture fund, it is the UW Venture Capital Program. This is a student-led venture initiative underneath the University of Wyoming that allows for some hands-on opportunities with students at the university and their ability to gain insights to deals and activity across the state of Wyoming. And then lastly, GBeta is an accelerator that has been operating in the state that is continuously connecting the investors to the startups that exist in the ecosystem. So before we get into the data too much here, I want to throw out a quick disclaimer where YVC uses publicly available data in this report and filters it out very heavily to filter out those companies that are not physically operating here. An example of this is this building pictured on the slide here, which this address, I believe, is 30 North Gold. Some of you may be familiar with that address. It is home to thousands of global tech companies right here in Sheridan, Wyoming. So very poppin' business office, I would say, but it does create a lot of challenges when we're trying to look at physical activity in the state and what companies are physically operating here versus the companies that just say that they are. So just wanted to throw that out there, that the YBC team, including myself, Bert, and Gordon, have spent a ton of time to filter out this data to ensure that we're capturing the physical activity happening in Wyoming. So jumping in here, the next 3 slides will follow this same format, where the pie chart on the left is a breakdown of 2025 specifically, where the bar chart on the right is a 5-year look back of this data. This is looking at the deal counts by sector. When we look at the 5-year look back, we see strong diversity across the industries that are supported in Wyoming's venture ecosystem. The big takeaway here is when we started this report in 2023, I believe was the first iteration, our 5-year look back hit the year 2019. In 2019, Wyoming's venture ecosystem had seen 12 deals holistically. When we look at the increase from 2024 to 2025, that increase is equivalent to 11 deals. So when we look at the base that we started with in 2019, the increase that we saw last year in capital activity and deal activity in the state is almost equivalent to that base, just in the increase in activity we saw from 2024 to 2025. Moving on to the deal counts by stage here, we see some pretty interesting trends with this data, where we can see some of our earlier stage companies that are raising early stage funding rounds, call it less than $1 million, maybe it's 250,000 in seed capital, but those are picked up by our public data sources as early stage capital rounds. And when we look back in the activity that has happened over time in Wyoming's ecosystem, we see the progression of those early stage rounds moving into later stage funding rounds, also attracting larger capital amounts and more sophisticated capital pools. But an interesting call out in 2025 is we have an extraordinary buildup of early stage opportunities that, if those trends continue that we've seen previously, which they very well should, just given the types of people and teams and companies striving to solve these global problems, as those companies grow and execute on their early milestones, we'll see them in the next 2 to 3 years raising additional capital rounds or financing rounds and raising more money to execute on their milestones. So next, we're looking at the capital amounts raised by these sectors in the state. This is also interesting, showing a lot of the diversity across the sectors that we see. We do see strong suits like Internet of Things, SaaS opportunities, healthcare and medical device tech, energy and mining space. And some of these categories are combined. So picking out some specifics in there might get a little bit blurry, but high level, the ecosystem is very diverse and is continuing to attract a lot of innovative companies. One of those industries that continuously pops up in Wyoming is fintech, with blockchain legislature that enables speedy banks in the state of Wyoming. There is a physical presence required to operate that speedy bank. Therefore, a lot of those Wyoming crypto and fintech companies are seen as Wyoming companies with physical operations here. So they are included in this data. However, this specific slide does not include an $800 million transaction or financing round completed by Kraken Financial. They are a fintech crypto trading platform. And we didn't want to include that in the data just because it skews this data and makes it almost ineligible if you include that $800 million transaction. So give that with a bit of a grain of salt there, where this is not exactly representative of the total capital into the ecosystem, and not all capital amounts are reported in those public data sources. So we get some of the picture, but not all of the picture. So we try to take the high level trends where we can find them and have conviction around them. So next, or lastly, when we look at the capital amounts raised by stage, this is where we really see that evidence of the point I made a little bit earlier, where we can see the progression of those early stage companies going on to raise larger rounds to execute on additional milestones in their growth plans. We really see some of those seed deals in 2021 show up as Series A or Series B deals. And in 2025, when we look at the Series A block here, we see some pretty interesting activity, and also kind of a nod to YBC's portfolio, where Frontline Wildfire Defense actually completed a $48 million Series A raise, and really speaks to the validity and progression of these companies growing and scaling in Wyoming. So one interesting thing that I wanted to include in this deal flow report, which we have not done previously, and the access to this data is kind of hit or miss. So we really tried to take a look at these trends from our neighboring states here. And I also want to throw out that this data has not been filtered to the same level as the data on the previous slides has. Just speaking to that filtering out of physically operating companies here. But when we look at our neighboring states and the capital amounts deployed, when we look at Wyoming, we see almost $3 billion. And knowing that Kraken raised an $800 million financing round last year, that's representative of almost a third of the capital that has supposedly seen Wyoming's venture ecosystem. However, we know, given the previous slides that I walked through, that is not all catalytic in Wyoming specifically. So just knowing that exists and looking at the trends across our neighboring states, we do see some interesting characteristics where Montana and Idaho's venture ecosystems seem similar to Wyoming's in that number of startups supported, the capital deployed, and the people employed. But when we look at ecosystems like Utah and Colorado that have venture hubs like Salt Lake City and Boulder, you see those trends that the capital amount and the startups supported lead to higher job creation in those ecosystems as well. So from a high level, the trends that we see in Wyoming and our neighboring states speaks to the progression that we're seeing in terms of Wyoming being an emerging ecosystem. So lastly, as I said before, Wyoming is definitely not underperforming. It is emerging. When we look at some of those earlier stage companies or companies that have previously raised the Series A round that are now going on to raise very impressive growth rounds and attracting sophisticated capital and investors, it's really exciting to know that those companies that started and put their roots in Wyoming are now able to fundraise, continue executing on milestones without needing to necessarily leave the state holistically, where they can still keep those ties to Wyoming. And lastly, the accelerator and pre-seed stage buildup is pretty exciting in the state, just speaking to the future opportunities in terms of funding rounds that we'll see in the next 2 to 3 years. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. O'Brien on the deal flow and all the great stuff going on with YBC? Please, Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Just not really a question, but one thing to add. Ryland had mentioned Frontline Wildfire Defense and their large Series A round. I think as we just got done going through Kickstart, it's worth mentioning that company was started with a Kickstart grant. So that's one of the 3 companies that are in the YVC portfolio that started with Kickstart grants. So I thought that was a point worth making as we just talked about Kickstart.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Bert. Appreciate that. Mr. Lance.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, question, I guess, for Ryland and Bert. You've told me this about 1 billion times. I'm going to ask it again. What is the time horizon for us to start to look at ways for redeploying capital that's returned to us from YVC and the federal grant funds that we've received, and finding a vehicle in the state to do that as we contemplate potential changes to our statutory and constitutional framework? I'd like to insert that as part of our discussion with the legislature, because if we bring back funds from these investments, they then become state funds, as I understand it from your prior education. And then we may be handcuffed in redeploying those assets going forward. So if you could give me sort of the time horizon or what plan, if any, we have in the works to address that.
Yep.
Handcuffing and unlocking those handcuffs.
Great question, Mr. Lance, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. I'll start with the design of the program as it stands today. Any capital that we have that is returned, whether that's a merger, an acquisition, an IPO, whatever that looks like, becomes what U.S. Treasury defines as program income. The way it's defined as program income today remains federal until the end of the federal program. So the color of money does not change. It could, but the way we've designed it, it does not change until the end of the federal program, which I believe is 2031. So we have a good horizon. We're actively working on plans, to your point, is that a constitutional amendment? Does this need to move to an agency that can own equities, which would be the Treasurer's Office, Wyoming Retirement System? Does it need a different structure that allows it to continue? Those are all things that we're actively working on, is trying to figure out at that sort of federal sunset date of 2031, what is the plan? But we do have time until 2031 where the color of money remains federal. We can continue to redeploy, continue to make a difference in Wyoming's economy with these investments, drive job creation, drive high growth companies, to help them gain additional funding, right? Through these additional outside investors that Ryland was talking about that are more sophisticated, that help these companies grow. So does that answer your question? Okay.
Ms. Crumpton, please.
Hi, Dr. Schaefer. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just wanted to kind of give a plug. I was invited and got to drive up to Jackson and spend a little bit of time at the Venture Capital Summit this February, and I was utterly impressed and overwhelmed at the same time with what was happening in the room. I mean, jam-packed full of people interested and eager for opportunity and options to grow, and founders of businesses that I've utilized and didn't even realize were connected to the state of Wyoming that brought up topics such as housing and other things that we've been discussing as a board. So, and opportunities for really young, eager potential entrepreneurs to speak with the governor directly. Like, it was just a really amazing opportunity that I didn't realize was one of the arms of the Business Council and efforts to kind of create those ties in the state. So if anybody gets a chance, check it out. It was rad, and thank you for the opportunity.
Wonderful. Mr. Co-Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Schaefer. And Ms. Crumpton, I'm glad you were able to attend that. I went last year in Casper. It was super cool. And this year sounds like it was even better. I just really more comments than questions. I think it's exciting to see what this deal flow is, realizing that when I came on the board, we were just figuring out, and we, meaning the row, we mostly Bert, Ryland, and team, were figuring out how the heck to even put this thing together. And to look at where the deal flow is currently, to look at the entrepreneurs that we're supporting, and the fact that we're really seeing the evolution of the process through these businesses is ultimately very, very exciting and very cool. So thank you for that. Thanks for continuing to show this, and it's exciting to see that entire system really start to work and get energized in the state of Wyoming. So thank you all for that.
Thanks. Mr. Dorrell, please.
Thanks, Dr. Schaefer and Mr. Co-Chair, through you. I think this history lesson needs to be continued to be built upon. For those of us that remember when we were crafting this and working to solve this problem, I can tell you it was not met with open arms by many people throughout the state. I can tell you that it was people sort of lost their mind in some cases, and people said this was a bad thing, and people were worried about these things. And one of the things that happened was that we focused on what was our problem to solve, what were the tools that we could solve it with, and how do we push forward in the face of fear. And we did that. And I think many of you were on the board at this time, many of you were not. These types of things have happened and will continue to happen. And I think this is a good example now of, hey, we're finding that this may be a lever to change the venture capital outlook in Wyoming. But I can tell you a few years ago when we were putting this program together and we were making choices to not do collateral support for small banks, instead we were using it for venture funds, there was a lot of loud voices saying this was a bad idea. This is our history. This is who we are. We make hard choices and we are honest about the results or the failures. And I think we're going to continue to do this. This is another example of this board being strong, our team being creative and willing to take on a lot of responsibility. And I think we should continue to do it. So, as we were talking about the ideas of Kickstart and the fear around for future funding of those entrepreneurs, I believe that there's a really big opportunity here for us to continue to push the gas when we know we're going in the right direction. So I just wanted to provide that commentary and a little bit of historical reference for those folks who maybe didn't know of it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorrell. Mr. Christensen, you, and then I'll go over to Bert.
Thanks, Dr. Schaefer. I was just going to add, the Business Council's taken this and run with it and done a good job, but this was another Endow initiative that really identified the gaps in venture capital. And you guys have done great things with it. So good work to the Business Council team.
Thanks, Mark. Bert.
I'm going to add on what Mr. Dorrell was saying. I vividly remember when we pitched this being called crazy and delusional that we could even deploy this kind of capital in Wyoming. And so just to build on that history lesson, that was what the general sentiment was when we presented the idea of going all in on venture with these federal funds.
Appreciate that, Bert. Thanks very much. Maybe I'll just tie up the bow on this. I mean, you could see the efforts. Let me back up. I think one of the things that I'm fond of saying, and I believe is true, that while business recruitment is an important aspect of our economic future, I like to say we're not going to recruit our way to diversification and growth. One of the best things we can do is look at our entrepreneurs and the innovation that stems from within. And so we need to create an environment that has tools and supports that allow that to happen. And we're starting to see the fruits of that labor with Kickstart and with the YVC and certainly the origins. Mark, I appreciate you bringing up in Endow. We know what we need to be working on, and we're starting to see those things. I had the opportunity to learn a bit more about North Dakota's growth fund and just on Monday a little bit about what New Mexico is doing with their sovereign wealth funds and investments, specifically around innovation and entrepreneurship. And I see a natural progression as we shape our strategy and agenda for the years to come, that would allow us to maybe build off of what we could learn from our friends in New Mexico and North Dakota that will continue to build off of what we're doing with YVC. So the right trajectory, and certainly want to keep the momentum going. Any other last comments or questions for Ryland or for Bert on the deal flow in YVC? With that, Mr. Co-Chair, if you're willing, I'd like to circle back to the conversation around Kickstart, and see if we can, if there's any agreement or interest, I guess, in the board in asking the governor to consider restarting the Kickstart program. So with that, I mean, I'll make a motion and see if there's a second. We can have discussion. So
I second that, Dr. Chapin.
Let me start with the motion, Mr. Pivik. So I'd move that the Business Council Board of Directors formally recommends that the governor reinstate the Kickstart program, and that the board further directs staff and the Investments Committee, this committee, to cooperate fully with the governor's office by providing all information necessary to support that reinstatement, as well as the continued conversation with the legislative body.
Can I second now?
Thank you, Mr. Pivik, for the second. Discussion. I'm kind of going a little bit out of Bob's orders here by bringing that motion, but yes, please, Mr. Lance.
Mr. Committee Chair, maybe a question for Ms. Dorrell. Are there specific things or metrics that or submissions we could make to the governor to bolster the motion that's been made? I stand firmly in support and want to make sure that we're successful.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Committee Chairman, thank you, Mr. Lance, for that question. I do think there are materials that the governor would like to see. I don't have an exhaustive list of those metrics or materials, but the report from these grant recipients that are coming due will be very valuable to this conversation. One thing the governor has also requested is, it's not in the statute for Kickstart, but to formally receive the reports to our office as well about the Kickstarter grant progress. We have worked with the Business Council staff to sort of provide the governor with more information already about the grants that he reviews and ultimately has approved. And so that's been very helpful as well, just changing those internal processes. So I just say that so there is some change already underway that allows the governor to be more informed as he reviews these and the decisions. We've also had conversation about the rigor behind the evaluation, and those extra materials for the governor does really help support that. So I will ask the governor directly, though, what other information that he might need and communicate that to this subcommittee as we work through, should you approve the motion to get this approval going.
Mr. Smith, please.
Absolutely. Mr. Lance, that was part of my question as well. And I think Dr. Schaefer's motion is fantastic, and that we can charge Dr. Schaefer and the Investments Committee with coordinating with Mr. Renzo and the governor's office to make sure that we can provide that information and get that all put together and in a timely manner. And I very much support this motion.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any other discussion? Okay, going once, going twice. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Wonderful. Motion carries. Thanks for the conversation, and thanks, Ms. Dorrell, for the feedback. And we look forward to working with the governor's office to keep the momentum behind this great work around entrepreneurship. Mr. Co-Chair, it is 11:34. How would you like us to proceed?
That is a great question. My thought would be, since we really want to keep our BRC together, and that's already scheduled as after lunch, I'd be inclined to say that we just break for lunch early. What I would want to ask to probably Miss Sutcliffe and Miss Reed in particular is, would we be able to start up again earlier, say at 12:30, or do we need to wait until 1 o'clock because of the communities that we're expecting to call in? Or Mr. Dorrell, I saw you nodding your head, so any of the three of you.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Dorrell, please, yeah, jump in.
Dr. Schaefer and Co-Chair Smith, I was nodding my head because I was hopeful that we would be able to come back from lunch early. And I was also nodding my head because I would bet that Noel and Courtney would be able to rally the communities. But there's Noel coming to my rescue.
Ms. Reed, please rescue Josh. He needs it.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, I believe that we can come back early. I will give both of the communities a call as soon as we break and let them know that we'll begin at 12:30.
Wonderful. And Noel, there's some introductory remarks and updates either from you or Mr. Adam just regarding the BRC program, the finalized rules and all that stuff. So, okay.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Perfect. Yeah. So, Mr. Co-Chair, it sounds like the recommendation would be to break for lunch now and reconvene early at 12:35.
Then that's what we shall do. We will see everybody back here at 12:35 and have a great lunch.
Well, Mr. Co-Chair, it looks like it's 12:37. I see most of the beautiful people that are on my screen and on the board and all our wonderful guests. So if you're okay, we'll jump back in.
Well, then let's call her back to order and hand her back over to you, Dr. Shaver.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the exciting BRC updates and BRC applications. So with that, I might kick it over to you, Mr. Adam, to start the conversation. And as necessary, you can jump in with Ms. Reed, but Mr. Lance has his hand up first. So,
Mr. Committee Chair, point of order for Ms. Sutcliffe. Do we need to retake roll after the lunch, or can you just take note of the folks that are on the call?
Thank you, Mr. Lance and Mr. Co-Chair. I am happy to take note of who is on the call, unless Mr. Co-Chair, you would like me to do a formal voice roll call.
No, I think Miss Sutcliffe, it's easy enough to look through a log on the side and take notes. So thank you for doing that. But Mr. Lance, thank you for bringing up that point of order before we got too far along the line.
yeah, wonderful. Thanks, Ryan. Ryan knows that I'm unorderly, so he helps bring order to my world, and I appreciate that. So with that, we'll kick it over to you, Bert and Noel.
Sounds good, Dr. Schaefer. I think maybe one thing to just reiterate as Noel gets everything pulled up and ready to go and start talking about this is, again, recently we had the housing project in Cheyenne that we brought to the board. We've got 2 more housing projects that you will see today. And I know sometimes that feels like it might be outside the realm of economic development, but again, I'll reiterate that sort of chain, right? A direct link between strengthening Wyoming's economy requires businesses, businesses require workforce, and workforce requires housing. And that's why it's a direct link to what we're doing to try and strengthen Wyoming's economy. So with that, I'll hand it over to Noel.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. Can everybody see my screen now? Great. Okay, well, we will go ahead and get started then. My name is Noelle Reed. I am the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council, and I'll be presenting the BRC program materials for you today. First up, I just have a few updates to the program. I believe I mentioned this at one of our last meetings, but our new BRC rules were approved on February 27th. So we are currently working on updating guidelines and templates that applicants can utilize when they're filling out the updated application. That is approximately 50 different documents that we're working on. So we're going to try really hard to have some great detail and some great information that applicants can utilize as they begin working on their applications. As part of that, we are changing the application deadline. We're going to combine the June 1st and September 1st application deadline to August 1st. This will allow us to provide communities and local economic developers the necessary time to fully understand the updated requirements and align their applications with our new rules and our new guidelines. Those projects then will be before the December Business Council Board meeting and then the January 2027 SLIB meeting. Are there any questions on that before I move into the actual projects? As Mr. Adams stated, both of the projects before you today are housing related. And so I wanted to just do a little overview on why BRC funds work for housing projects. I'm going to start with housing as a statewide issue. And housing was actually identified as a statewide issue in both the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or the CEDS, as well as the Wyoming Statewide Strategic Action Housing Plan that the Wyoming Community Development Authority created in 2025. So with the CEDS, housing issues were identified in the CEDS as both a weakness and a threat. These included both affordability and availability of housing statewide. Furthermore, housing issues create additional economic challenges as business and essential services such as schools, healthcare providers, and law enforcement struggle to hire workers due to limited housing. Some of the key themes identified in the CEDS that have led to these issues include high regulations, infrastructure development needs, land supply, and high costs associated with materials and construction. The CEDS also states that low availability of workers in Wyoming pushes businesses to relocate out of state, prevents local employers from expanding, and deters businesses from relocating to Wyoming. This is especially seen in retaining essential community workers, such as teachers, nurses, and first responders, as well as young college graduates. And there is a direct correlation between housing and workforce. Wyoming businesses consistently report that even when they offer competitive wages, they cannot successfully recruit out-of-state workers because prospective employees cannot find adequate or affordable housing to relocate into. In fact, recent surveys show that 70% of Wyoming employers cite housing as a direct impediment to workforce. Now talking about WCDA's statewide strategic action housing plan. There were a few common factors that I found in this one, and the first one had to do with financing. Wyoming spends less on housing and community development per capita than any other state in the nation. In 2021, Wyoming spent $35 per capita compared with a national average of $196. Furthermore, Wyoming spends about half of the next lowest spending state, which is Wisconsin. They spend about $67 per capita. Furthermore, local governments are having difficulty funding housing projects. Wyoming's low residential property taxes and limited local tax authority make it challenging for communities to fund housing development independently. And while there are some federal funding sources available, such as the low-income housing tax credit, those funds are limited and very competitive for local communities to enter into. 82% of survey respondents said offering affordable funding, financing, or incentives for housing development is an important state action. And many of these survey respondents are local businesses in Wyoming. The other couple that I looked at were current market and current demand. So with current market, housing prices have surged 43% since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, outpacing household income growth, particularly in rural areas and on the reservation. Furthermore, the makeup of the market is changing. While the total population of Wyoming has been fairly stable over the past decade, it is aging up. The population of citizens 65 and older has risen 5%, while the share of Wyomingites aged 15 to 24 has shrunk 2%. At the current statewide housing production rate, Wyoming will not be able to meet the number of units indicated by the needs assessment. At a minimum, the state would need to see a 23% increase in production annually to just meet housing needs. If the high end of the estimate turns out to be more accurate, Wyoming would have to increase production by 130% annually. I think a key takeaway from this is that when housing costs drastically outpace local wage growth and there are limited housing options available already, younger demographics are priced out. This dynamic contributes to that brain drain where younger skilled workers migrate out of the state. Nearly 2/3 of Wyomingites born in the state leave by their 30s. And I know this is something that we have talked about several times, but this is direct data from the state perspective. I also wanted to look at these projects from a regional perspective, particularly because they both are along that Powder River Basin and Energy Corridor. So the two projects are Douglas and Wright. So if we look at this map, this is the highway, this is Douglas right here, and this is the highway up to Wright. So that stretch, and then this, it's a map that I got from the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. And so this shows all of the different, it has uranium, trona, coal, bentonite, all of the different types of oil and gas and energy production that's occurring in this area. I also looked at WYDOT's total daily traffic counts over a 3-year period. So these are average daily traffic counts. Total number of vehicles driving just this highway between Douglas and Wright on a daily basis is over 3,000. And if you look at trucks specifically, there is over 900 trucks that drive this road on a daily basis. So that just really shows all of the activity that is occurring in this area and all of the workforce that's happening in this area. And then going into more of a local perspective with the two communities of Douglas and Wright. So they both actually conducted housing studies in 2019. For those studies for Douglas, that study stated that the community would need between 210 and 240 units by 2025. During that time frame, only 80 units were constructed, and all of that construction occurred on the west side of town. For the town of Wright, their study in 2019 indicated that they would need 50 units by 2025. During that time frame, they did not construct any housing units. Also wanted to talk about a little bit of a tax analysis. So for sales and use, communities can see about $1,250 annually per household, and that figure comes from the Wyoming Department of Revenue. Property taxes, conservative figures estimate about $1,500 annually per home. This number can vary because part of its calculation is based on assessed valuation. So this number is fairly conservative. For comparison, the Wright market is approximately $2,200 annually per home. And lodging. We found during this process that there is no lodging tax that's collected after 30 days of permanent residence. So in areas where housing is severely lacking, such as Douglas and Wright, but there is a lot of employment available, like through all of the energy activity that's occurring in this area, we see workers living in hotels, but communities are not able to realize lodging tax benefits from those stays. And I want to kind of discuss the idea of reducing development risk and stimulating private investment. WCDA's housing study also mentioned that high costs of infrastructure expansion further exacerbate the housing problem. Local governments often lack the funds to add and maintain infrastructure, such as water, sewer, utilities, and roads. forcing developers to bear the financial burden. This can increase costs for home buyers and renters. And there was a recent article from the Gillette News Record titled, "Gillette Builders Are Halted by Construction Costs, Despite Northeast Wyoming Being a Seller's Market." Gillette's the third largest city in Wyoming, and they're even having difficulty developing housing. Since the start of 2026, only 6 new single-family dwelling units have been built in Gillette, and that's on top of just 28 new homes that were built last year. Keenan Fitzgerald, owner of Crosswinds Construction, stated in the article that we have a lack of housing and we have a lack of lots to build on because we can't affordably develop lots to build those houses on. Back in 2023, the city of Gillette had a third party conduct a housing development study that found that Gillette needed more than 1,500 additional housing units over the next decade to sustain the city's growth. But since then, Gillette has only built 126 units. So that's kind of just an overview of housing and why we see the lack of affordable housing and attainable housing as an economic development issue and something that we should look at through the Business Council and through the BRC program specifically. So I will go into the actual projects themselves and give a little bit of an overview of each one. City of Douglas is asking for about 5.7 million, and the town of Wright is asking for about 3.1 million. We'll start with the City of Douglas. And the recommendation before you today is to fund as requested. The City of Douglas is requesting a 5.7 million community readiness grant to construct publicly owned infrastructure improvements that will make the Seven Trails Commerce Center development ready. These improvements include the sewer main extension, road upgrades, water main loop, booster station, and water treatment plant transmission main replacement. The proposed project consists of approximately 30 acres identified as Parcel 3, which is this 30 acres up here, of the Seven Trails Commerce Center subdivision. Current plans anticipate a phased approach with 10 acres, this kind of 2 sections right here, 10 acres allocated for housing development on the northern portion of the site, and 20 acres for future commercial or mixed use potential on the southern portion as the market continues to mature and expand. The housing development will consist of 194 units constructed over 3 years. Approximately 8 acres will be dedicated to multifamily residential, and the remaining 2 acres will be for single-family residential development. The units will be for rent at market rates. And then here's just another view of that community and that development. You can see the interstate right here. There's that Maverick. And so this development will actually occur kind of on this side of all of that property. The city has been looking at housing as a barrier to its growth for a few years now. In 2019, the City of Douglas participated in a housing study and a comprehensive analysis of the overall housing needs of the cities and towns within Converse County. At the time of that study, projections indicated demand for approximately 210 to 240 housing units. And as I stated before, they were not able to build that many. They were only able to build about 84 units during that time. In 2024, the city completed another housing study to determine housing stock problems. They found that while there are almost 65 total housing units, only 18% are renter occupied. This figure is nearly 13% below the national average and 6% below Wyoming's average. Furthermore, 1/3 of property managers report active waiting lists for rentals. The study also indicated a need for 246 new units. The city also reviewed building permit data. That data shows new construction has been on a downward trend since 2004. And finally, in 2026, the city completed its community blueprint. This document identified housing as a strategic direction for the City of Douglas. A little overview of the match sources. So all of the match for this project is coming from the City of Douglas through TIF financing. That'll be about 4.2 million, and that match percentage is 42%, which is more than double what is required for the BRC program. Additionally, Stencil Group, which is the private developer that will be building the actual units, will be investing around $33.5 million into this project. According to projections through 2033, Converse County is forecast to continue to grow, and employment projections show the county adding jobs in nearly every major sector. That includes 184 new government jobs, 162 new transportation jobs, 144 new retail jobs, 62 new healthcare jobs, and 66 new manufacturing jobs. At the same time, however, labor availability in Douglas has been labeled as low by local employers. In fact, 59% of local employers ranked lack of affordable housing as their second biggest concern. 50% of employers labeled affordable housing as very significant to their ability to recruit talent, particularly with attempting to attract engineers, teachers, city staff, or healthcare professionals because there is nowhere for them to live. Finally, 2021 commuter data show that over 2,000 people commute into Converse County for work, but live somewhere else. In addition to the housing development, this project will also develop 20 acres for future commercial or mixed-use development. Furthermore, this project is expected to catalyze future development beyond the immediate site by acting as a market catalyst. Introducing new housing and commercial development opportunities within these 30 acres may help shift market perceptions and attract private investment for future development opportunities. And this is a map that was provided to us by the City of Douglas and the private developer. So up here is the site that we are looking at. However, they have been working on plans on the other side of I-25 to open up all of this for neighborhoods, schools, employment areas, and things like that. So as we talked with them during the site visit, they discussed how having more units, more commercial retail and things like that could help catalyze future market development and help the community realize this plan that they've been working on over the last few years. As part of our analysis, we reviewed the economic growth flywheel and how well this project aligns with it. Douglas has spent several years analyzing its housing market and determining it as a significant barrier to its local growth. Currently, Douglas is experiencing a growing mismatch between housing supply and community demand. This project catalyzes more than just 194 housing units. It will also develop an additional 20 acres of commercial or mixed-use development, as well as the potential to catalyze the market and create long-term development opportunities. The city is partnering with the private industry and local partners to ensure the project's success, and there are letters of support included in your board materials beginning on page 179. Douglas utilized several studies and surveys, including income data, to determine what type of housing best fits its community needs. And over a 20-year horizon, this development is projected to generate $9.7 million in total tax revenue through property sales and lodging, with $2.9 million of that flowing directly to the local government. These figures do not include the additional 20 acres of potential commercial development or any other potential development opportunities that may arise from the proposed project. As we discussed a potential recommendation, we reviewed what we found compelling and concerning about this project. So with compelling, the local match is more than double the match requirement. The private developer is investing over $33 million into the project. The community has completed much data and comprehensive surveys to understand the issue and put forth the right project. And there is potential for this project to act as catalyst for 20-acre development and beyond. The only concerning item we saw was that because this project is infrastructure only, there will be no revenue recapture component. And so any revenue that is generated by the project will not directly drive local economic development. However, that's really more of a feature of the program and not necessarily a concerning item, but we just wanted to bring that up to the board so you understand that this project will not be a revenue recapture type of project. We do have two recommendations before you today. Because this project came in before the new rules were approved, we will have to ask the board to waive the maximum grant award of $5 million. And then we also are recommending this project to be funded as requested. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I know that we have some community members on the call as well that can answer questions.
Thanks. Questions for Ms. Reed on this project? Any questions from the board? Mr. Lance, please.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Two questions, Noel. Can you let me know how the TIF financing is structured for the project? And then secondarily, it pains me to raise this, but during deliberations on the last housing project application in front of the State Loan and Investment Board, I believe that there were concerns raised about illegal immigrants occupying the structure, and that was one of the key features that led 3 of our SLIB members to vote against that project. Are there any deed restrictions or other limitations that are contemplated to limit that sort of exposure in front of the board with this grant?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Mr. Lance, to answer your first question regarding TIF, I know it will be over a 20-year process, and the city does have adequate reserves to cover that. So I believe that'll just basically act as like a line of credit for the community that will then get paid back. But if I would let the city of Douglas expand on that if they have anything further there. In regards to your question regarding SLIB, my take on it is that because this is infrastructure only, it should not be an issue for the SLIB board. This is literally just helping the city of Douglas get the water and the sewer and the roads that they need so that they can work with a private developer to get the type of development done that needs to be done. I don't know exactly what the SLIB board will do or what kind of questions they may have, but I feel confident going into that meeting that because both of these projects are infrastructure only, that issue should not be as big of an issue as it was with the Cheyenne project. But I'm happy to let Mr. Adam or Mr. Dorrell expand on that as well if they would like to.
Mr. Committee Chair, quick follow-up.
Please.
In the Cheyenne application, I thought that was also for infrastructure. Was it for actual construction beyond the infrastructure?
Take that, Mr. Lance, real quick. So the part of the Cheyenne project that I think got caught up in those recommendations was because we would purchase the land. So we were purchasing land that would then be leased. So there would be some level of benefit to the tenants. In this case, with these 2 projects coming before the board and going to SLIB, hopefully there is no direct relationship with the private developer. This is just between the state and the community to build the infrastructure that then unlocks the ability for the private developer to build this housing. So I think they're slightly different in the fact that we aren't owning the land that the structure will sit on and leasing it.
Mr. Lance, to your question, and maybe just for some additional context on that, and I support these 2 projects, so I don't want to get the applicants worried about that. That actually, in my opinion, made the Cheyenne project stronger because it actually resulted in an owned benefit that generated revenue that could be recaptured for economic development purposes. In this case, the revenue that's recaptured is really the benefit of increased economic activity because you have more jobs and more people. It is not as direct. And so in some ways, I think that made the Cheyenne project a bit stronger. The SLIB saw otherwise, but hopefully they don't get caught up in that with these 2. So thanks for the question. Please respond.
Mr. Committee Chair, I don't want to get in front of Mr. Nelson, Mr. Christensen. I want to reiterate your point that you just made, which is I strongly support these projects just like I supported the Cheyenne project. I don't think there's any limit to the lunacy that can be applied to these sorts of applications and projects. And I hope our good friends in Wright and Douglas are prepared for that level of lunacy in front of the SLIB. And I'm intending to use the language that I am because I'm still very frustrated by the lack of understanding and the understanding of the immediacy of the need for housing across this state. And I think the outcome was and continues to be absurd. And I think we need to say that because this addresses directly a community need that is a direct barrier to growth in our state. And this is a non-issue that's been ballooned into something that's actually holding us back.
Amen. Preaching to the choir there. So with that, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Noel, if I could go back to your community engagement slide showing a timeline of 2002 to 2025, just for matter of clarification for myself, is that a timeline in which BRC has been involved with the community directly, or is just a timeline of steps they went through to get to where we are today?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you. And I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Those were completed without BRC or any BRC funds. I'm sure the regional directors have been part of that process and helped with it, but no investment into that.
Thank you. Great. Thanks, Noel. Mr. Christensen.
Thanks, Dr. Schaefer. First, and I want to, like everybody else today, I want to say I support these projects. I have a couple questions. First one is, and I'd actually look, I'm hoping I can ask the question, and then as we go through the rest of these, this can come back. Is there a way for us to ask SLIB to reconsider the Cheyenne ones? Like, I think these are good projects, but I wasn't even on the board then, and I think the Cheyenne projects were better. Is there a way to request that reconsideration? And maybe a question for like the AG rep. But then on this project specifically, I think that when you put public funds into something, I think there has to be a compelling public interest. And I think I see that here in terms of the infrastructure, and I like how it was identified with it being this versus individual lot improvements. But my question is, are they going to do any sort of deed restrictions or something for like the housing to make sure a portion of it is affordable or a portion of it is, I'm not going to say income restricted, but like there's a part of the problem in all of these communities, whether it be Gillette, whether it be Douglas, whether it be Jackson, is that if you're a teacher who's making $50,000, you can't compete against an energy person who's making 120. Or if you're Jackson and you're a sheriff's deputy who's making 70, you can't compete against the billionaire who bought a house. And so I'd like to understand that because this is quite a bit of money and there's no revenue recapture. And then the piece that may be for you, Noel, and maybe for the community is I always saw the problem, and this may be my misunderstanding, but like I felt that Douglas had an opportunity to grow because of the oil and gas development. But because nobody wanted to take the risk and build in Douglas or do development, most of the population growth was going to Casper and Gillette. And so I'd like to know how this investment will address that and if that is a real issue, like if that's driving decisions for where people live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. I'll see if I can answer all of your questions. So the first one, in regards to the Cheyenne project coming back, I do believe there's a chance that we will see another version of that project come to us. That project had the potential to catalyze for more housing. And so there's a potential that we will see that second phase of housing come back to the BRC program. I'm not sure if that will happen, but I could see that happening. In regards to them taking the exact same project back to SLIB again, that might have to be a question that we would talk to the Attorney General's office about, and if that's something that SLIB would allow or something like that. But I do think that we will see a version of the Cheyenne housing project come before us again. To your second question regarding the types of homes and the cost of them, I do know that they're looking at market rate, but a lot of the types of housing and like the square footage and then the cost of the housing, they really are trying to market that, I guess you'd call them the missing middle, the teachers, the healthcare workers, the people that work for the city. That's who they're having a really hard time recruiting to their community, and that's who they want to recruit. And so based on the studies that they've done and the market analysis that they've done, the types of houses that they're going to build are going to be in that about $300,000 price range, so it can work for the teachers and the nurses and the people that work for the city type of a thing. That's kind of their goal, and that's what they're planning on doing. Finally, in your question on it's a risk to build, we talked a lot with the city and the developer about that when we went to the site visit, and they talked about for a private industry to build, there has to be very little risk for that private developer to want to do it, to feel like it's worth their while. And when you have a small community that doesn't have a lot of housing, and it's hard to recruit people there, that makes it riskier for those private people to do it. And so the theory, I guess, is that if we can get more housing and we can get more workers and we can grow the community in that way, the risk for developers to add more development goes down. And so there is that potential to catalyze the market through these types of projects, and open up the potential for the private industry to come in and, just like in Douglas on that south side of I-25, to come in and to further develop that land and to add more commercial, add more residential, and it kind of just catalyzes on itself. Again, that's kind of the theory, and that's what we're looking at, and that's why we feel like housing is definitely something that we should invest in right now.
And so I guess my question, and then maybe this will come from the community, but if there is any sort of restriction or how we make sure it happens for that middle group, because I've seen in this community before where there were projects that were targeting like I'm not going to call it affordable housing, I'm going to call it like a workforce housing. And then as there got to be more demand, it didn't end up getting built out as workforce housing. It got built out as $700,000 houses. And you want to provide some flexibility to like the developer to adjust to the market. But in this particular case, we're bringing public money to the table. So that's where I want to understand the give and the take between the two. And maybe that is between the city of Douglas instead of us, but I just would like to understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. And yeah, I think that's a great thing. We should definitely, or you should definitely ask the city that. We require reporting for 5 years after construction is completed. And so that will be part of the questions that we ask the community is, how much are you selling the lots for? How many lots have you sold? That type of a thing. And so we should get information and data from the city over 5 years on those types of questions.
Mr. Christensen, I'm going to jump in as well. And I think that's a great question for the community. I think maybe Nathan's going to try and answer that. But when we were there at the site visit, one of the things I specifically remember talking with Douglas about is they actually have a surplus of low-income housing that is holding back those other people from getting housing in the area. So to your question is like, they already have that surplus. So this one is intended, as far as I know, to be market rate and not low income.
And I want to just I agree with you, Bert. I want to make sure though, like Gillette has the same problem. There's a lot of low income apartments, not enough market. But what I'm talking about with actual housing construction is there's also quite a bit of like low income housing, but not necessarily workforce housing. And there's kind of a gap there that I think is important if Douglas wants to take advantage of this oil boom to become more sustainable.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. And Mr. Stencil and others, I see you guys on here. I'm going to let Mr. Pivick ask his questions. And if Noel or Bert can't answer, then we'll go ahead and we'll shift it over and then let the community address those. So keep a running tally of these questions and we'll give you the mic here in a moment. So Mr. Pivick, you next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for what you're doing. Well, I 100% support this. As you guys know, that I supported Cheyenne just as heavy as anybody else, but this is the kind of infrastructure we need for growth in Wyoming. And if we can be the avenue for growth, we need to be the avenue. So I know that there's a lot of naysayers and a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing, but any of the communities that don't have housing and don't have any way to be able to develop areas, we have to give them a hand, because this project and the one that's coming up is absolutely perfect. And that's the only statement I had, Dr. Schaefer. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pivik. Mr. Kinski, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little bit late to the game, so bear with me. I just want to get caught up a little bit. And if I could turn to Mr. Lance and ask him to explain to me the lunacy, because I don't want to be a lunatic, but I'm struggling to understand all of this. We're an economic development agency. This is not Vacutech. This is not Magpul. This is not Weatherby. This is not Plenty. This is housing. I understand it's part of your SEDS, but to me, just walking into the room, it's taken me a little bit to get my head around this one, as why an economic development agency is doing this. Because I've got some very strong feelings about what most of the housing problem is, and it comes back to local government and regulation and the barriers that they raise. But what is the lunacy that we're talking about in front of the SLIB board? Because if we think that's may happen to this grant app as well, I want to be able to understand through questions to these applicants how they're prepared to deal with it, assuming I support the projects. What happened in this last round? Somebody fill me in.
Mr. Lance, you want to address Mr. Kinski's question, or?
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Kinski. The lunacy I'm talking about was one specific member of the SLIB elevated the issue of whether, I don't know the proper term, I'll just say illegal immigrants would occupy the apartment complex or the housing that was being contemplated in that application. And I think there are valid reasons, Dave, to look at whether we think housing in and of itself is a thoughtful excursion for us to engage in. What I don't think, and the lunacy I was talking about, is conflating that issue and bringing it into economic development when it was very clear the intent was to address, in my view, a valid constraint on growth and thus having a tie into economic development. And Dave, I'll be happy to give you your due on, is this a bridge too far? I was strictly talking about what I saw was an issue that was raised for purposes other than judging that application, and it was frustrating to me, and I didn't think it was helpful, and I thought it was wrong, and I just don't want to. I want to make sure that these communities don't get caught in that same trap. I only watched from afar, and you can go back and watch the proceedings. Perhaps Ms. Noel or Bert or Mr. Dorrell would offer their thoughts, but enough of us were watching the escapade, and that was the point that I was objecting to more than the substance of the application.
Okay, so that helps me. I don't want to dwell on that any further. I know we had a project here in Sheridan that when it went up, the rumors were going around that it was going to be filled with all sorts of, that is lunacy. Okay, that helps. That helps. All right, I guess I'll just go ahead and continue to listen and try to understand why this is a project that should be pulling money away from what I consider to be otherwise core to our mission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kinski. And I think for a lot of us, this is that transition. My earlier comments today about thinking differently about how we approach economic development is likely going to be the way we actually fix this sort of reoccurring challenge with economic development in the state. And really one of the primary centers of discontent, let me say, this last session was the very fact that people seem concerned with taking a very direct and purposeful approach to private economic development that you believe and articulate so well as being part of our mission. Picking winners and losers, providing handouts, I think are some of the language that we heard over and over again. And then, of course, we're all familiar with the constitutional expectations of where public dollars go. This is a way to remove a constraint to make communities ready, hence the history behind the BRC, to actually provide the environment that would be conducive to that core economic development activity. And so that's why I think Mr. Adam keeps trying to make that connection to us as we look at what keeps individuals from actually deciding to do business here, either come here or stay here or expand here. These are one of the pieces. And so knowing that we can invest in publicly held infrastructure and we can help communities be ready, this is an easier approach, I think, in this environment to create a place and a setting where economic development activity can occur. So we'll keep working on you, Dave. We'll get you there and let you cast your vote as you see fit then. So Ms. Crumpton, please ask your question and then we'll turn it over to the community for their comments.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. More of a statement than a question at this time. I think I wanted to share that I may be one of the few board members who got to forcibly spend time at the Law Enforcement Academy in another life, completing training there. And I just want to identify that if this housing project does support ongoing development in the community, every community that has law enforcement trained at that academy sends people into that area that will benefit from access to that growth down the line. Like our officers, our corrections, our detention filter through Douglas for that purpose, and to benefit them and their time there would be a really good thing, because when I went, there wasn't a whole lot other than the bar down the road, and that wasn't my scene. So just the potential for Douglas to have other options is really exciting for me as a part of this housing project.
Wonderful. Thank you for those comments. Ms. Dunham.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Schaefer. I apologize for the last minute question here. I was thinking about taxes. So we discussed yesterday a little bit about our process and how we are looking at these types of projects, and looking at it through the lens too of making sure communities are supporting themselves as well as because our job is to help them get where they need to be. So my question is, I see on the slide deck that we've got a little bit of an overview on taxes. I'm curious about the optional taxes. I don't know if these communities have put those into place, I guess is my question, to help support infrastructure development. So if you could just help me understand that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you, Ms. Downham. Neither of these communities currently have a special option tax enacted.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
Likewise, Mr. Committee Chair, I apologize for the late question, but I keep asking myself something very similar to what Mr. Kinski was speaking to, and how does this, or is this really a part of our job or our focus? And I think this was maybe some of the concern I had with the Cheyenne project as we went through that process of understanding how this fit into our scope and into our vision of what economic growth is. And so I keep asking myself the question, and I don't want to steal Mr. Dorrell's catchphrase, but why would business care? And on these specific projects, given the landscape that we are in with timing and budget and everything like that, the reason business would care is because there is no housing for a workforce needed for those businesses that are going to be coming into these areas. And so I fully support these two projects. It hasn't been an easy path, I would say, for me to get there, understanding, is this within our purview or not? But I think it is, and I think we can get there. And the reason that business cares is because they need houses for their staff to be able to reside in order to continue to operate and move their businesses forward. So I appreciate the ability to comment there, Dr. Schaefer, but I can see where Mr. Kimsky was coming from, and I feel like maybe I've made that loop of that's why business cares. They need housing.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for articulating that far better than I could have. Okay, let's move on to community members and community feedback. Mr. Stencil, your hand's been up patiently, and you are in the upper left-hand corner of my screen, which means you get to go first. So please, the floor is yours.
Good deal. Well, thank you all very much. Really appreciate you taking the time to listen to our request and consider it. We're very excited about the opportunities that hopefully lie ahead in Douglas. I just wanted to address a couple of the questions or kind of further some of my experiences. But we've developed in 18 different communities throughout Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. And a lot of them predominantly are very small communities. And it's been amazing to me by focusing on some of these smaller communities that have a strong housing need. They have all the same things I'm hearing here. Employers that need housing for their employees so that they can grow their businesses. We have some communities. I always like to pick Aberdeen, South Dakota is one of our oldest ones. It was a town of 20,000 when we started there. Today it's approaching 30,000. We've done over 600 units in the community, and the community is still growing and the buildings are still filling. It's really helped with the employment in the area, and the growth of the employers. But I can really state that for pretty much every community we've developed in. So I think Douglas is going to be a prime candidate to see that same success. If you have good quality housing, if someone has an opportunity to get a job in Casper or Gillette or Douglas, but then the next thing you do is you go look for a new, where am I going to live? And if you can't find anywhere good to live, you're not going to pick that community. You're going to pick the next one. And I've seen that play out many times over the years. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that be successful in Douglas itself. In regards to the funding, this is, kind of a unique situation. I'll preface this by saying we've been involved in over 500 units of housing development in the state of Wyoming in the last 2 years. So a lot of these communities you're referencing, we've already have a building open or a building under construction. Cheyenne, Gillette, Casper, Sheridan. So we've, really enjoyed working in Wyoming. We were fortunate enough in all those situations to have sites that didn't require a lot of infrastructure in order for the development. That is unique to this Douglas one. So we've been able to do those developments with no sort of funding from the Business Council. But we have had tax increment finance help from the cities in over half of those projects. So we're appreciate the consideration on that level. Back to the rent level, these are market rate. And what I've seen in those other communities throughout the states we develop in is that if we can provide good market rate housing, which will be definitely affordable to the workforce housing in the community, what that does is that frees up the lower level housing too. So the community will see a big push up in housing. There's a lot of people, I guarantee you, living in Douglas today that are living in housing that they would prefer not to be in, but they are forced to be in due to the lack of housing within the community. And a big part of that is they might not qualify for the tax credit housing. So therefore they're left to go into a non-subsidized house that's maybe very old and hasn't been taken care of. So by creating new homes or new housing opportunities, those people will move up into that. And that'll free up even a new lower level for people too. So It'll create for a very healthy housing environment. And our goal here, this is a multi-phase project. So, we're not here to push rents up to the ceiling to the point where the people we need in the building can't afford them anymore. Our goal is let's fill this building as quick as we can and do another one. And I think our partners in the land, as well as ourselves, if we can fill 2 buildings, we can do 3 and so on. So we want to just keep improving on the housing stock in Douglas, and getting this funding to help with the infrastructure is the catalyst to do so. And then I'll just real briefly address the illegal immigrant question. We own and manage roughly about 4,000 units throughout those communities. We take that very seriously. We have a very stringent approval process. You definitely have to be a U.S. resident. You have to have a good credit score. We do criminal background checks, everything. So we want to make sure we have the right people in our buildings. We want to make sure we have the right people in the communities, and we take that very seriously. So I just want everyone to understand that this will never be an issue with any of our problems in the community, in the state, for that matter. So, but we really appreciate it. Again, thank you all for your consideration. We hope we can all work together to make these projects a reality.
Thank you, Mr. Stencil. Other comments, questions, thoughts from the city? Please, Ms. Chaffin. I think you need to unmute.
Thank you. I'm Claire Chaffin. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Douglas. Housing has certainly been an issue. We face 3 primary issues in Douglas. I think most communities do face the same issues. 1 being housing, 2 being infrastructure, and 3 being water. We are working with the county and other partners to tackle all 3 of these issues at the same time, because you can't simply tackle one at a time. In this particular project, we're really excited about it because, yes, it is infrastructure for a housing project, but it does open up 20 more acres for potential commercial development as well, very easily. It also assists in keeping our youth in our community. As Noelle said earlier, we do lose a lot of youth. And when we go into our schools and talk to our students, there are 2 things they ask for. They ask for jobs and they ask for homes. And so this is a great opportunity to keep our youth in our community. We also have a severe lack of student housing for our Eastern Wyoming branch that's located here in Douglas. And as you might know, EWC is currently building a construction trades school. So we are hoping to bring in more and more students there. Construction trades is something that our state severely lacks. So as we continue to move forward, those students are going to need a place to live, and this development does provide that for them. It also provides infrastructure stability within our community, especially when we consider that some of our infrastructure is aging, some of which is approaching 50 years old and needs to be repaired. To address the attainable housing, there is an opportunity for a partnership with the Law Enforcement Academy. Mr. Chuck Bain came in and spoke with me and said, hey, we'd like to get together with you and see what we can do to work together, given that this is right next door to the academy and we use the same access point. So I think that's going to provide a really nice opportunity. I think Mr. Kinski mentioned local government barriers. I have been participating in the housing studies that have been going on. I have been on the Wyoming Planning Association board for 10 years now and participated in all of those studies. And one of the things that the City of Douglas does differently is we create what we call flexible development codes. So we do have our standard development, but always an opportunity for the developer to come forward and present something new or different. And more often than not, whenever that does happen, it gets approved. When they prove to us that their idea or their thought or their development proposal will work better because of their experience, we open up our code to allow for that. I think we're one of the few communities in Wyoming that does that. We are the only community in the state of Wyoming that has no parking standards. We ask that developers bring to us, how many parking spots do you need? And then we make sure you get enough ADA parking spots. So we try to be as flexible as possible, and we continually revise our code to make sure that we are not creating barriers. And then finally, as far as the immigrant concern, I was part of the unmet housing grant. We did submit for a different project to that and did not receive funding for it. However, I did listen in on the SLIB meeting. And I agree on that particular case. It's a law enforcement issue. I think Mr. Stencil is going to do what he can to prevent illegal aliens, so to speak, to come in. However, at the end of the day, that's a law enforcement issue, and we work very closely with our law enforcement on that. So I'm here if you have any other questions about Douglas. And again, we thank you very much for listening to our proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Chaffin. Anybody else from the community of the applicants or other public comment on this project? Yes, Mr. I had a little deja vu. I saw two Mark Christensens pop up, and I was like, "Uh-oh." So, Mr. Christensen with AVI in the Prince, please.
Yes, Chair, through you to the committee. And I have been chuckling at that a little bit as we've been going through this meeting too. So the other Mark Christensen here, I am from AVI in Cheyenne, Wyoming. We've been working with the applicant on this project for over a year. So just wanted to reiterate that this is an opportunity for the city of Douglas to expand some workforce housing. When we think about housing, I know Clara through the WyoPass board, we really think of it as a spectrum and the variety of different needs that different people in the community have. So opening up some of this workforce housing through apartments might get seniors to move into a place like this, might get some different incomes in this location too. And then just wanted to stress that this project has been a really cool partnership between the developer, the landowner, and the community. So as I mentioned, we have been working on this for over a year, identifying the various different resources we can chase and the different ways we can be creative to get this project to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Okay, any other follow-up comments or questions from board members? Please, Mr. Kinski.
Yeah, I would ask if Ms. Chafin, if you might, through staff, forward to me some contact info. I'd like to continue the conversation with you, particularly about this ongoing task force. I know the Pathways to Prosperity project called out as one of the biggest restrictions, government regulations, the lack of a lot of barriers. I know National Association of Home Builders says 40% of the cost of new housing is just government rules and regulations. And I'd like to know what projects are ongoing to try and identify how we can lighten the load so that perhaps the free market can function more effectively. I'm just stunned by the fact that demand is going through the roof and the free market is just not able to respond. There's got to be some barrier there. So I look forward to learning more from you, Clara, about that project. And maybe we can visit tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kinski. Yeah, Mr. Smith, please.
Yes, thank you, Committee Chair Schaefer. This is kind of more of a comment, but it struck me, Ms. Chafin, when you were speaking, and I just wanted to bring acknowledgement to it. Fantastic job of continuing to look at those barriers and removing them and working with the people who are actually doing the work and the development in these communities. I mean, that's one of the things we're asking for, we're looking to do as a state, right? Is what can we do to help remove those barriers and make it easier for folks to build homes, for folks to build businesses. And exactly what you did and what you described is a fantastic model for that. So just wanted to call that out and say thank you to you and your community for doing that and continually evolving and adopting what's the best for Douglas. So just wanted to commend that.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. All right, seeing no other yellow hands popping up on my screen. Bert, Noel, how do you want to proceed into the next project? And then we'll come back and take action on these two. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, let me reshare my screen here. Okay, the next project is from the town of Wright, and the recommendation before you is to fund as requested. The town of Wright is requesting a $3.17 million community readiness grant to construct roads and curb and gutter improvements for residential development. The proposed property is currently owned by the Wyoming Housing Network. The proposed road will extend into the adjacent property, privately owned property as well, allowing for future development opportunities. The plan is to construct 31 housing units and will be primarily 3-bedroom homes ranging in size from about 1,200 to 1,800 square feet. This project is put into 3 phases with the BRC funding specifically for phase 2. So phase 1 will begin this year. It will be the construction of 9 single-family lots along Hay Creek Road, which is this road right here. This area already has all of the road and infrastructure needed, and so the Wyoming Housing Network is going to move forward and developing those 9 lots this year. These will be single-family lots at market rate. Beginning next year, and this will be the current BRC application, is to construct these roads to access all of these lots through here. The plan will be to construct 22 additional units. So between phase 1 and phase 2, that's 31 units. And these particular units, these 22, will be attainable housing. So under $300,000 is the plan for those ones. It will target workforce, including teachers, police officers, healthcare, and other service providers. And then phase 3, which would begin probably around 2028, there is potential for an additional 90 units, but the exact number and type of units will be determined based on phases 1 and 2 and market demand moving forward after that. And that would be this section here where you see some of these other roads and plans for additional units. In 2002, the Wyoming Housing Network learned that Energy Capital Habitat for Humanity was planning to develop homes in the town of Wright. At that time, the proposed property was under contract and had 40 lots with water and sewer infrastructure already in place. As you can see in the timeline here, we had a big jump between 2002 and 2019. So quite a bit of time passed without much movement happening in the housing development. And in 2019, the town decided to complete a housing study that identified significant gaps in housing availability, diversity, and development activity. At that time, fewer than 5 single-family homes were constructed over a decade, and only 11 multifamily units had been added. Key recommendations from that 2019 study included developing 32 to 40 rental units, developing 8 to 10 new single-family homes, and focusing on workforce and moderate cost housing. Unfortunately, in 2023, Energy Capital Habitat for Humanity closed with little development occurring. Once the housing network learned of that closure, it reached out to the town of Wright and completed a market study to determine its viability. After that study was completed, the housing network purchased the land and began working with the community to complete a housing needs assessment. Finally, the town of Wright completed a BRC economic development plan last year that has identified housing as a significant barrier to its growth. The match for this project comes from the town of Wright and the Wyoming Housing Network putting in cash to equal the required 20% match. And the Wyoming Housing Network will also be investing about $9 million into the construction of the actual units. Approximately 1,300 people commute into Wright every day for employment. These 1,300 non-residents account for 93.5% of the people employed in the town. It was also found that as of February 2024, only 6 homes were for sale in the right market. These 6 homes represent a homeowner vacancy rate of 0.8%. Typically, a well-balanced market has a vacancy rate between 2 to 3%. At the same time, the rental vacancy rate increased 4%, which suggests that fewer people are renting and more people are wanting to purchase homes in the right market. Furthermore, Wright's housing study found that there is a need for approximately 14 to 24 new housing units over the next 5 years. However, 0 units have been built since 2019. As part of our analysis, we'll go through the flywheel evaluation again. So Wright has also spent several years analyzing housing just like Douglas. Currently, Wright is experiencing a high number of commuters into its community while its housing market remains well below a healthy vacancy rate. By partnering with the housing network, the town will be able to construct housing in a time frame that works for their community. Furthermore, there is potential for further development, with current plans indicating up to 121 total housing units. The partnership between the town of Wright and the Wyoming Housing Network will enhance this project and ensure its completion and success. And there is a few letters of support from businesses in your materials beginning on page 190 that support housing, particularly among businesses in the area. The number of units that are proposed aligns with what is supportable in the market. The needs assessment found that currently up to 73 additional for sale units are supportable within the right market. So the creation of 31 housing units over the next few years is very reasonable for them. Estimates indicate that for 31 homes, property taxes would equal about $69,000 a year, and sales and use tax revenue could generate about $37,500 per year. Furthermore, based on information provided by the Campbell County Assessor's Office, an estimated home value of $300,000 generates about approximately $2,200 annually in property taxes per home. For the compelling items for this project, the potential for up to 121 total housing units, that this project would increase the housing vacancy rate for the town of Wright to healthier levels. The town completed much data and studies in conjunction with the housing network to make sure that this is the right type of project and what the community needs. And that partnership and financial contribution from the housing network will really help make sure that this project is a success. Again, the only concerning item is just that this is not a revenue recapture project because it's just roads. And so there will be no revenue recapture back to BRC or for the local economic development moving forward. We are recommending this project be funded as requested. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do believe we have some members of the community online as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Noel. Just for clarification, the wall tent is not the quality of construction that the homes will be, right? I love the wall tent picture in the previous slide. With that, questions for Noel on this project? Yes, Mr. Christensen, please.
So it's not so much a question, Dr. Schaefer, it is a acknowledgement, I guess, for the benefit of this other discussion we've been having about whether or not local government can sustain itself. So in that particular case, you're looking at 131 lots and $69,000 of property tax. And it until we do something, the math just doesn't work. And that's, I just think that that's important.
Yeah.
So I support these projects. I think that I will say as a school board member, one of the problems with recruiting for junior, senior high and the elementary is no housing.
Yeah. Well, and Mr. Christensen, I actually appreciate you bringing that up because I think that is one of the fundamental challenges. One of the concerns that I've heard about housing projects is, well, in most markets, those are the costs that are, passed on to the developer. They put in, curb, sewer, gutter, they make the extensions, they do that. There are two things that are distinctly different if they don't. One, you have to have municipalities that have the resources to be able to do that, to make shovel-ready housing sites. And as you point out, if what they can hope for is that huge payday of $60,000 in additional taxes downstream, probably isn't going to bankroll it. Two, we're a small market, and so that means we have small builders who have to inherently take on much greater risk and have impacted cash flow. And when you have to carry all those expenses as a small developer and have 18 to 24 months before you sell that first home, it's the market, as free as it may be, is not encouraging developers to take on that risk when they're here. So what happens? They go to other markets where they can do that. So we've got a multitude of challenges, but I really appreciate you pointing out sort of why we have to make these investments, because we have aspects of our fiscal system that just isn't going to allow our communities to ever be able to do this on their own. Other comments or questions? Mr. Co-Chair, please.
Absolutely, and maybe this is a more appropriate community comment, but would echo similar comments to Mr. Christensen. And having worked and been pretty involved intimately with both of these communities in my professional life and ties of my personal life, you see a lot of incidents where folks are having to drive from Gillette to Wright every day to work as teachers or as firefighters, in a lot of those roles to support the communities. Whereas if there was any availability for housing, they could become a member of that community in which they're working and really help grow those communities. Douglas is the same way. I have folks that are operating wells within 20 miles of Douglas that, instead of driving from Gillette down to the field and back every single day, that would, potentially look at and probably move to Douglas if the housing that they were looking for would be available. So I think that's also something we have to look at when we're talking about these projects is what's the follow-on effect, not just from their initial property tax, but what's their follow-on community spend if they're able to move closer to their place of work. So
thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Just a commentary. These are, as Noel points out, in the same corridor. And I think this really underscores the need for a regional approach. We're considering these in isolation, sort of. Noel's and Bert and team have done their best to knit them together. But I think it really proves the point that most of our issues in this state are regional. And going back to Mark's point about, right and the ability to develop housing in their community being very difficult considering what kind of tax revenue we're talking about. If you broaden the view out to the county or to a regional approach, that becomes much more fundable going forward by the locals. And so I can't stress enough the importance of getting to a regional kind of approach quicker.
Thank you. All right, looks like we have some good people from the town of Wright on the screen. If you're okay with that, we'd love to hear from the applicants.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I'd just like to say the project is important for Wright, but I also want to say I commend the staff of your staff and my staff working together to put this application together. Because we're a small town, we don't have super professional people to do it. And they work real well together. So I appreciate all their help in this application part. So, and I don't speak well, and I'm usually short and sweet to the point, but I'm getting a little long-winded here. I've tried, Christensen can bear on me. I've tried the 1% tax. I've tried everything I can. And he can verify all this because he's in Kimball County. And we just ain't ever been able. And as far as the tax goes, the 69,000, but the people in the town spend money, and that varies into every dollar runs around 7 times into your tax things besides property taxes. So that's my opinion on that. that also works in Gillette and anywhere else in any community. So I just like for you, and as far as the sled board, I'll just have to play that by ear when I get down there. I know what happened before. So I'll see what happens when I get there. And I'll say pretty much whatever the heck I need to say. So that's my question on that. So if you have any more questions, I'm wide open. Thank you.
Very good. We appreciate it. We could probably learn from your nod of brevity, including yours truly. So thank you for that. Any other comments from the community or applicants? Yes, please. I saw a hand go up and then it disappeared. Wyoming Housing Network. I see you there.
Sorry, the button was going on and then it was shutting off. So Melissa Noah here, Executive Director for Wyoming Housing Network. We have been working with the City of Wright for quite a few years now in order to come to some kind of housing solution for that community. So a little context, if you're not familiar with us, is that we are a statewide housing nonprofit. We have two different ways we meet our mission. One is through housing education, and we're the only HUD housing counseling agency in the state. And then the other is through development. Wyoming Housing Network has primarily been doing low-income development, low-income housing, utilizing the low-income housing tax credit program, home dollars, and also National Housing Trust Fund money to build a portfolio. So we own 14 properties around the state. 6 of those are in our tiniest communities. So Guernsey, Wheatland, Powell, Cody. So we're well versed in the challenges for housing in our smaller communities in the state. This project with Wright is a new avenue for us for development because housing is not a low income issue. Accessing housing, housing stability, it is a moderate income issue now, that missing middle in that workforce. And so that is the conversation we've been having, and why our board, we recognized strategically about 3 years ago that we needed to diversify where we were developing and what we were willing to step into in order to help our state solve some of these housing problems. And so we're really excited. I think before I talk specifically about this project a little bit, I did want to kind of just add my thoughts to Mr. Kinski's question about what is economic development doing in housing, just that general kind of comment. And again, from our organization is 20 years old. I've been here going on 8 years. And I think we need to elevate the question a little bit more because we all are facing difficulties in the state, whether it's housing, economic development, education, keeping our youth, all of those different areas, and we can't solve them in silos. We can't solve them in silos. If we had been able to solve them in silos, we would have seen some impact in some of these areas. So I think collaboration, and we're seeing that in all of our projects, collaboration between public, private, nonprofits, government agencies, economic and statewide agencies, that collaboration to solve these problems holistically in a community as opposed to trying to solve an individual problem. They are all interconnected and related. And I think that's how economic development and the Business Ready Community Grant relates to housing. You've heard it repeated over and over again, how that you can't get to economic development with housing. It's hard to keep youth here if we don't have economic development that allows them then to purchase a home, right? So it's that kind of ecosystem of our communities. And so one of the things that we look at when we get requests, which is often around the state from communities to come and see how we might help them reach their housing goals, is a municipality that is willing to join the conversation and see what resources they have. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Wyoming is local autonomy. Every community solution looks a little different. I thought great for Douglas. That was really cool to hear kind of what they're working on as an example for other communities, but each community is unique. And I think that is really beneficial when trying to help that community solve its issues. Our phase 1 is the first 6 lots. We have our plat, working on getting that approved for the city. In the last month or so, we've honed in a little bit more on what type of housing we'll be bringing for phase 1, which will be cross-modular housing. And we are working with several national partners in order to bring that into a price point. Those first homes we're working on are hopefully between $3 and 4. Our goal is to keep them definitely under 4 for market rate, so we can start to hit some of that attainable housing. Our phase 1 really is to give us a point of reference for then how in phase 2 and phase 3 of our development, we can bookend that and figure out how we bring that into attainability and workforce housing and just continue to improve on that price point for our local community there. So that is kind of a high look at where we're at in the project right now. I could proactively answer some of the questions that I heard asked in the Douglas application if you'd like me to, or I can wait and see what questions come from your group, and then anything that hasn't been addressed, I'd be happy to answer for you as the developer on this project.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's see what comes out, because I see 2 hands. Mr. Christensen, then we'll go to you, Mr. Pivik.
Dr. Schaefer, my question for the housing network is going to be, are you going to use any sort of deed restrictions? I know you got market rate and you've got those parts on here. The other point I want to bring up is, and we've talked about this a lot here, but I'd be interested in working with you. We really got to do something big to address housing affordability. And I'm not saying like low income housing. I'm saying normal people that are making $100,000 a year not being able to find a house to purchase. And I think some of that we can handle possibly through statute changes. I think that we could possibly look at different ways we could possibly revise TIF. I think maybe like some metro district type structures. I think that I think there's a number of things we could consider that we just haven't done in the past. I'd love to sit down with you. The other thing I was going to say was to Mayor Kingan's point, they've tried really hard. Campbell County does have 6 penny, and we've had it for 40 years. Ralph tried to, the town tried to bring a 7th penny proposal that was creating a really creative revolving loan fund. And that's coming from some people in Wright who are super conservative, but they realized that they just don't have housing. And if you don't have housing, your kids just do not stay. And they have proactively been trying to get on top of that. And I applaud them for it. The problem with that 7th penny was the only way to have that 7th penny have any money was it had to be the whole county. And you can imagine the population breakdown, and there's a couple thousand people in Wright and there's 40,000 people in Gillette, and getting the number correct for passing that tax. So I feel comfortable that they've looked at lots of options and done lots of due diligence. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pivik.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer. Mine is more of a statement. Basically, when you sit in front of SLIB, I think it'd be very important to let them know that that the city of Wright has tried everything to try to get some funding for their community so they can help their community grow and help everything that they need. It's very important for them to know that this is not the only avenue that they've tried. I don't think personally that you're going to see problems with SLIB this time that we've seen with Cheyenne. I think obviously the political realm will be gone by then. I think that just because of re-elections. But I just think that, in all honesty, guys, you just need to make sure you let SLIB know that this is not the only avenue you tried. This is a great project. I think it's absolutely necessary for the growth of Wyoming.
Great. I see some hands back to this town of Wright, please.
Yeah, as far as Kensky, I think your name is. Sorry, I'm glad you did, but I'm not good on that. So we are working, and we hired, Randy recommended having a guy go through our zoning, so we're changing them. The business council, there's 30,000 left, 32,000 left on our economic plan, and they're allowing us to use that money left, and we're going to hire somebody to go through all our codes to make sure we ain't hindering anybody. So that's all I wanted to add to that. So thank you.
Thank you. Please.
All right. Figure out how to lower my hand again. There we go.
Oh.
So I'd like to address Mr. Christensen's question about affordability. So that is a real concern, right? When the state or economic development or some other funding source is going to bring money to the table that ultimately lowers the price point for that home for the first buyer, right? What we don't want to see is then that home buyer turn around and sell that home for the total value, which means they make an extra, based on this project, almost more than $100,000 per lot of infrastructure investment that the town of Wright is willing to work with us on. So that is a great question. It is one that we're discussing with a lot of smart people around the state. So we have done some research into deed restriction. There are also land lease options to maintain some of that affordability. And then there are some land grant options that we're looking at for that phase 2 and phase 3. And not even so much just about the cost of the housing and protecting the money of that investment, but it's the management of the process long-term to make sure homeowner after homeowner after homeowner, that affordability is maintained in that community and passed on. So it is about how do we build phase 2 and phase 3 with those intentions of not just getting someone into a home for the first time, but making sure that as those homes turn over, they maintain affordability for that area median income group, that moderate income group. So that is a kind of an administrative part of housing development that we are working on. We have had conversations with the land trust out of Sheridan, who is completing their first project, who has the infrastructure, they have the staffing, they have the processes in place to be able to bring phase 2, phase 3 into that kind of model that at the time of sale, someone is monitoring that the right population has access to that home and that the processes are followed through the title company and all of that to make sure we're still making sure it's going to moderate income people who fit that income level that we're looking to target. So I don't have the program for you yet, but it is absolutely something that is, I think, critical. What we're working on here too with Wright, like I said, we're stepping into this area in partnership with Wright. We're hoping to create a replicable model of what this might look like for us to be able to do this type of housing in other smaller communities or around the state as well. So it's not just one project that we're asking for assistance here with the city of Wright. It's the ability to come in and start to tackle that harder question, Mr. Christensen, which is how do we create attainable and affordable housing? If the market could do it, it would be doing it. It can't. So as we're collaborating to figure out those solutions, every project that gets funding and every project that gets built becomes a model and a conversation for how do we do this again, or how do we do it better, or how do we improve upon it? So I think that's an important element of this project. So I'm very glad you answered that question because I had that one written down. I would say as far as I watched the SLIB meeting as well. We had another application in there for a different project, which I'll talk about in just a second. But I was just shocked at how the conversation got diverted so quickly from and lost the context of the housing crisis that we have in the state. So having these conversations with the context of a housing crisis in the state, I think is important. Around legal status for housing, our goal is to give basically the first opportunity to purchase these homes coming up to the local community. And there are processes that through our housing counseling program, we would pair a lot of these with home ownership counseling, which talks about budgeting, managing debt, building credit. We do a budget always with a homeowner to make sure that what they're getting into is affordable and doesn't put them at risk. So there are other elements of our program that we bring to the housing that help make sure that we are qualifying the homeowners, not just in eligibility for housing, but also then for success as a homeowner. We actually just launched a post-purchase class for homeowners as well that teaches them how to be a good homeowner. So it's a wraparound package here that we can bring with this housing. We are also looking at Wright as a catalyst for housing innovation. And so we do, as a development organization, have multiple projects that go on at a time. Our other project is in collaboration with the city of Casper, who again has come to the table. Our communities come to the table. We have wonderful collaboration happening there, similar to this project in Wright, where we are bringing high performance structural cellular concrete technology to a rental project that we are doing. And this is a proof of concept project. We're doing it as a rental project first, so we can bring it and show it to the community. And we will have dome homes made out of it. And we will have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, a duplex, and varying versions of this technology that will be able to show how we could bring this really cool innovation to the state. And we've had a lot of support. Then I recently, just actually this week, was given a commitment from Wells Fargo. They're giving us $1 million for that construction innovation project. And so this is happening. It's very real. And we have phase 3 for Wright in our eyesight to begin doing single family home ownership development with that technology. So again, Wright is not it's not just about us getting single project done and just building housing there. It's our organization's collaboration to help solve the housing crisis in the state and get to that question of where are our margins where we can create attainability. They are in construction, they are in financing, they are in infrastructure, they are on the homeowner end as to down payment assistance. How do we bookend a project and look at every element and say, where can we squeeze this? Where can we bring affordability in? So I just put that out here as well, that it's not a one and done project. It's a project that is also a stepping stone to continuing to have this conversation about solving our housing crisis.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Kinski, please.
Thank you. Please, I just your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be misunderstood. Mayor, I can tell you're a mayor because you look very tired, which is the way I felt for 10 years when I was mayor. But I applaud you in terms of re-examining your code. With respect to the young lady, I can't remember your name, I'm sorry, with the housing network, collaboration, bringing everybody to the table. I get it. I've done all that. I did that in the city of Sheridan, public-private partnerships, deed-restricted developments, all of those things. But a key part of that, too, is looking in the mirror as a government to say, where are we part of the problem? And I can tell you that if the look is done correctly with somebody from outside the governmental structure, you will find that there are huge issues with any local government in terms of their ability to stop hamstringing development. So I applaud you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of doing the right thing there. The thing that just has caught me off guard, folks, and you may have missed yesterday's discussion where we talked about the business council and housing didn't come up, where you spent all of our time talking about our traditional metric, which is we get a project and we look at how many jobs it's going to create and how much those jobs are going to pay and what our investment is per job. And all of these projects today, that's not our metric. And we're completely cut loose from that traditional metric. And so it's part of the debate that we had yesterday, or the discussion as to what is our purpose as an economic development agency. It looks like we're filling a void that needs to be filled somewhere. Arguably, it could be SLIB, but that's not where it is now. And so we're filling that gap. But this is far afield from what I historically have viewed the role of the business council as being. I get it. I get public-private partnership. I get all that stuff. I understand it. I'm just very concerned that the line is going to be very, very long because every city, town, county in the state believes that they are under-resourced and that they're going to need to come to us for infrastructure work. And we don't have the budget for that. And I'm afraid that the traditional search for finding new higher paying jobs is going to fall by the wayside. So that's just, I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that I'm properly understood on this. I think there's an element of this that's missing, which is the research the governor did and that this board did indicated that there were some real problems related to governmental regulation itself in stopping housing development. And maybe there's a project ongoing with that. And if so, I'd like to be involved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kinski. And without a doubt, one of the areas that we know we need to do is build greater expertise and more purpose behind how we advise and perhaps incentivize communities to address and adopt housing regulations that would be more conducive to encouraging development. We've seen some of that in Cheyenne, but I think there's a lot more that can be done based on the research that's existed. So your point is well taken, and we will certainly not let that drop as we continue to build out the Business Council's approach to our renewed purpose, if you will, Mr. Dorrell. So thanks, Dave. Ms. Worthen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Melissa, just wanted to compliment you on everything that you're doing and all your good work. I think that your enthusiasm and energy in this really important area is absolutely contagious. Did want to let you know that I did share the In Our Hands link, as you know I would, with the rest of the board, because I'm super excited about it for Casper, and that's going to be a public-private philanthropic, all the things, all hands on deck partnership that I think is going to be really cool to see happen. I do think that I was compelled by Ms. Reed's data in terms of the investments that Wyoming is making in housing as it compares to the rest of the nation, and would just say that I appreciate the dialogue that Mr. Kinski is bringing up and the tension that exists with who are we and what are we doing. At this point, I do think that we need to use all available levers that we have. And then we also need to document the need and create a groundswell of adding to those levers. And we got to use what we have right now. And this is one lever that we do indeed have. And so I'm super excited about the direction of the housing network on this project. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Worthen. Appreciate it. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer. Just a couple remarks. One, Mr. Mayor, with Wright, and I guess this is also to the Business Council staff. I appreciate your efforts in continuing to work with those planning grant funds and really evaluating the housing statutes for your city and what you can do to improve things like that to make development even easier. I think removing those hurdles are a key. Kind of continuing on the conversation, Mr. Kinski, I hear and understand your comments regarding housing in the place of the Business Council. I would encourage you to go back and listen, however, to our last board meeting where we had a pretty in-depth conversation between board members. There might be some good comments to glean from that in regards to the conversation, because quite frankly, we wrestled significantly with this issue. I think we significantly do. But one of the neat things about the Business Council, in my opinion, is the ability to evaluate projects of their own merit and at their own time that they come forth. So I think one thing that's important to remember is, because we may look at a decision now in a certain direction, provided a climate or an ecosystem changes, or there's different things to evaluate. Just because an answer is one way now doesn't mean that it has to be the next time. So just kind of always to keep important that we're always evolving, ever changing. Thank you, Dr. Schaefer.
Of course. We'll go to Mr. Kinski, then Ms. Chatterton.
My hand was up accidentally.
Oh, okay, Dave. Rachel, please. Yeah.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just wanted to tag on a little bit with what Beth was saying, and I don't want to get too far off from the whole purpose of this project. But Melissa, I'm looking at this housing partnership, and it's really exciting, and it's pulling in what we were talking about yesterday with our trade programs and sending students to go learn how to build this construction and bring it back to our community. And I feel like that is a huge piece of economic development, because now we're going to get students excited in the construction industry and how big of an impact they can have in their own community and building houses and building this whole framework that's going to become a more sustainable community. So I commend you on what you're doing, and I would love to talk to you more about which students you're going to be targeting for that and how we might be able to be involved with the college and our construction programs.
Well, you've got your hand up. Would you like to respond to that and whatever else you were going to share with us?
Yeah, I would. I think one of the missed opportunities I had there kind of explaining that project is the end goal for this housing is to bring a panelized housing factory to the state of Wyoming. So as in front of the economic development group, I can't believe that that is the point I missed saying when I was explaining it. So we have an MOU to be for our partner in our hands who has the construction innovation, their first scale. They don't want to do it nationally. They want to work with other nonprofits and other housing groups to bring their innovation for local solutions. And so we are, there's two forms of that. I mentioned the dome, but the other is panelized housing. Wyoming has no offsite housing production in its state. We don't have a manufactured housing plant. Everybody's been working on that. If you're familiar with SIPS panels, concrete panels, any of that, we have the opportunity to actually bring the production of the panels to the state to make it more cost effective to do our development, but then also offer those regionally here in the state to scale that option as a solution to housing as well. So yes, I think I probably need to come back in a different avenue to the Wyoming Business Council to give you more details on that at a future date. I do want to just share with Mr. Kinski. There's a lot of work actually going on around the state and looking at codes and how cities are working. WCDA has a statewide housing strategic plan. There is a section in that plan that identifies that as an area for the state and has a code lookup. There's a community kind of exchange, so you can go in and see what's going on in your community, what other communities are doing. So those resources are out there for communities to be able to work on that. And if you ask Mayor Ralph, when I came to write, that was my first question. If we need any variances to zoning, or we need any variances to any of your housing codes, how willing is the city to work with us? And they said 100%. And we heard that from their staff, but then also in the community meetings that we participated in. So there's work being done there, and that would be a suggestion to visit that study and then see the resources that they're putting out. Most of the communities we've talked to are doing some form of assessment or looking at that, or are willing to engage in that conversation around what local codes might be stopping that. So that is, I think that I just wanted to be able to share that with you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Lance, I see your hand up, please.
It is, and this is going to be my last time speaking on this subject. I appreciated the mayor from Wright noting the great work that our staff has done, and I hope that the mayor and the Housing Network and others relate that to Representative Angelos, Representative Struck, Senator Boner, and Senator Barlow, because some of those folks were not exactly supportive of the Business Council and particularly our staff. And I think they need reminded that the work we're doing is very, very high quality. And so I would rate that. Question for the Housing Network. I'm interested in Dave's point about a long line of potential project applicants in the future for housing sorts of funds. That makes me nervous. And then you mentioned in these contexts, these specific projects, particularly for the one in Wright, there are other phases out there. How many of these are we going to see at the Business Council? And at what point do we get out of the housing business and somebody else step into it? Because we don't have enough resources to do it all for everybody, no less probably just one or two projects in this corridor that Noel identified.
You're muted.
My apologies. Excellent tee up, Mr. Lance, because that was my final comment, I think, because it speaks to this, how did economic development get into needing to address housing, right? And if you go back years and years to, I think 2022, 2021, somewhere in there, there was money that came to the state of Wyoming, and it was allocated out, and a good portion of it came to economic development. Well, housing was at that table saying, we need some of that money to solve housing issues in the state, and we were not heard. And so that small bucket of money that went to the SLIB those years ago, that $10 million, if you're in housing, that's not going to go very far, right? So we had asked for some of that money to come. One of the challenges our state has is a structural challenge. I think we are the only state that does not have a housing state department. We don't have housing representation in the actual structure of our state. And so by default, we rely on WCDA a lot, but they have a different role as the state housing finance agency. So that's one of the things that makes housing work difficult in our state. The second is we are one of only 2 states in the country that does not have some form of housing investment fund. I'm also part of WYONARO, which is a statewide volunteer nonprofit where housing groups, we get together and we're talking about how does this state address housing issues. And so I believe that's how housing has ended up with economic development, because the money came and then economic development did their study. And what was the #1 barrier to economic development? Housing issues. And that's how that conversation, I think, and how this need has ended here. Let me make sure that you guys understand you are the only bucket of money available right now in the state for infrastructure, unless it's federal funds. And federal funds are very cumbersome. BABA, environmental, I mean, they're a big lift, and we've done them and we do them, but that is where you get a high overhead of your cost is going to just legal and federal requirements by the time you even can get to construction. And so I think fundamentally in our state, the conversation really needs to be this conversation around a state approach that allows for local autonomy, for a local community to say, this is how we need help. This is how we need. So I appreciate that the economic development work and the Wyoming Visiting Council recognize that housing is a significant barrier to reaching your goals and economic development goals for our state. But you are right. The missing piece here is the overall access to funding in general in our state. And I think our communities need to be able to say, we are willing to forego these taxes, or we are willing to add this because we value the benefit that comes from it more than the situation we're in. Because quite honestly, nothing's going to change if we don't, continue to move this conversation forward. So that was my
Thank you.
I hope that answered kind of your question as to fundamentally where is our gap in the state and this role that you're coming into, because I do think you are the only. I mean, we're looking at an application in August with the city of Casper because you are the only funding right now that's really available for infrastructure. So
yeah, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll continue to have conversation around this, especially as it gets into that broader area of whose role is it and what's missing or where we should fit. So we'll get to that. Last comment, Mr. Mayor, I see your hand up, please, if you'd like to respond, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, we have sent letters of support to all our representatives, even other ones in Gamble County for the Business Council. Don't know how far they go, to be honest with you. So that's just to let you know, we have done before. I support you long before we started this grant. So I'm not thinking of doing it because of the grant. I support what you do anyway. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for stating that on the record to do that. So let's hear it and move on. I do have one question or thought that I'd pose to Noel and to you, Burton. You can respond now, or we can do it down the road. But I think a lot of the conversation, rightly so, centered on, is this the right role for the Business Council, and how long is that role going to be? And I think one of the things we have to be cognizant of is that our willingness to continue to invest in housing infrastructure, if it is truly a binding constraint, we should at some point in time see where we no longer need to invest in it, and or where we've invested enough to prime the pump that communities should be able to start picking some of the steam up there. And so I don't know if it's a statement or a question, but thinking downstream, it can't just be an open faucet where, project after project. So if a lot of what we're being sold is that we're unlocking the potential for future development, the expectation is that we've unlocked that. Now, maybe we have to open the door a little bit the first time and we open it the rest of the way the second time, but third and fourth time, we've hopefully unlocked it. So thinking about how we consider housing projects in the future, there will come a point in time where we are going to ask the communities to step up and actually provide the structure to continue this. We're going to prime the pump essentially. And so, Noel, Bert, you're probably thinking about that already, but I'd be curious just on any response of how you might see that playing out as we see subsequent housing projects, especially from the same communities who maybe are benefiting from them now, how those play out and how our criteria might change in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Co-Chair, and I'll let Mr. Adam add to it. But I think you nailed it when you brought up, barriers to economic growth. And if we stay focused on, we invest in projects that help communities alleviate those barriers to their growth, there will come a time where housing is not the highest barrier for a community. And I don't know what that barrier is going to be, but that's how we're going to look at it, is really looking at, what is the one thing that is really preventing your community from growing, and what is the data that supports that, and how did you determine that? And right now, our state is very, the need for housing is that's where we are right now. That is the barrier to economic growth in a lot of our communities. But you're right, at some point that will not be the main barrier, and it'll be something else. And that's, it's not necessarily that we're shifting our focus, because our focus is going to be on what those barriers or those binding constraints are. But that constraint will change as markets change and as time goes on and shifts happen in national and state politics and things like that.
Yeah. And I hope if housing continues to be an issue and we start to feel like our role is getting the pump primed, eventually, if we need to continue supporting the pump, then we're having strong recommendations to the governor, to the legislature, to somebody else to establish the infrastructure in the state, the entities in the state, the funding in the state to sustain that. So we hand it off and say we need to now start making that shift, and we'll need to know when that is. And I think the board stands ready to be able to convey that perspective as well. Bert, anything you wanted to add here?
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, I think I'll just take the opportunity. I think what you said, what Noel said, is spot on. We're looking to address barriers to growth. When this is no longer the barrier, that's when we're not going to fund these types of projects. But I do think it's important to also think about, and maybe specifically for Mr. Kinski as he's getting up to speed, as Mr. Nelson's maybe turned this corner already. But if you think about housing and you think about market rate housing, this is how I wrapped my head around it initially, and maybe this is helpful to the whole board, but market rate housing means a person has to make so much money in order to afford this house. We can understand what that number is, and we can correlate that to jobs. Just like when Mr. Kinski is talking about, oh, we really care about jobs. Yes, we do. And this correlates directly to those jobs. We can do the math backwards to get to the same outcome of housing helping to create or unlock opportunities for these types of jobs to be created in a community. We can invest through housing, or we can invest directly through public infrastructure that unlocks a business directly. It's the same math. It's the same work. We're still addressing the need to create jobs. There's just a different lever to unlock the same thing. So maybe that's helpful as we think about why housing for economic development.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Mr. Christensen.
Dr. Schaefer, Mr. Co-Chair, I'll be very quick, but I think that this is kind of where I'm at. I think that housing, I think there's better tools to address it. I think that we bring some of those recommendations to the legislature, but right now, this is a major issue in the state and there's not a good tool. So right now, the best tool is BRC. And if we're being responsive to community needs, that's what we're trying to do. But also say that in like these situations too, we're really addressing it, at least with these two, in places that we're becoming the like funder of last resort. Capital is mobile, just like people. So if you're a developer and you can develop in the Front Range of Colorado and sell your lots in 6 months, or you can develop in Wright and run the risk that you're going to sit on those lots for 4 to 5 to 6 years, you're going to take your capital somewhere else. But at the same time, Wyoming values small communities, and we value those places, and we want everybody to have an opportunity. And so right now we're filling this gap. I think that we find a better way to fill it. And hopefully as part of this process review, we can tackle that.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I think it's one of the best things I've heard you just sort of alluded to, which is how do we handle it when our values run contrary to the traditional free market or economic systems? And government has to mitigate some of that. We have to mitigate some of that. So I appreciate those comments. All right, members of the board, with that, I think I will go ahead and move into consideration of action on these items. We can start with the City of Douglas's application. You have a staff recommendation to fund the application as presented for a community readiness grant for the City of Douglas. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. One of the things we have to do because of the timing of this and the rule changes, first waive the maximum grant award rule of 5 million and then fund as requested. I would certainly welcome that as a single motion. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I will reluctantly make that motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kinski, for your reluctance and your
Second.
willingness. A second by Ms. Crumpton. So we have a motion to waive the maximum grant and fund this project as recommended. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Oh, please, Mr. Christensen.
Sorry, for my background, since I wasn't here, is the 5 million a new threshold, or was that an existing one? Or where's that discussion coming from?
Mr. Christensen, Bert, correct me if I'm wrong. So the previous rules had a threshold at 5 million. The currently approved rules removed that, and we did not put a cap on the projects. And so we're waiving that in recognition that the rules that are in place now are different from what they were at the time of application.
Thank you.
Great. And Ms. Sutcliffe, we need a roll call vote on this one. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Committee
Be
Chair.
so kind as to call the roll. That would be wonderful.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, just to confirm for the record, all of the board members were able to rejoin after the lunch break, so you do have a quorum.
Thank you.
This roll call vote is to approve the funding request for the Community Readiness Grant of the City of Douglas. Ms. Atkinson?
I vote aye. Or yay.
Ms. Chatterton?
Yes.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Ms. Crumpton?
Aye.
Ms. Downham?
Yes.
Mr. Kinski?
Aye.
Mr. Lance?
Aye.
Ms. Legursky?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't think I quite heard you.
Yes, aye.
Mr. Pippick?
Aye.
Dr. Schaefer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And Ms. Worthen?
Aye.
Perfect. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, you have 13 yes, 0 no.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Ms. Sutcliffe. Motion passes. Let's move to the second project, which is the Community Readiness Grant application for the town of Wright. The staff's recommendation is to fund as requested. What's your pleasure?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kinski, a second by Mr. Christensen. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Sutcliffe, if you'd call the roll, please.
Perfect. This roll call vote is to approve the funding request for the Community Readiness Grant for the town of Wright. Ms. Atkinson?
Aye.
Ms. Chatterton?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Ms. Crumpton?
Aye.
Ms. Downham?
Aye.
Mr. Kinski?
Aye.
Mr. Lance?
Aye.
Ms. Legursky?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson? I think I heard an aye on that one.
Mr. Pivik,
Yes.
Dr. Schaefer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
and Ms. Worthen.
Aye.
Great. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, you have 13 yes and 0 no.
Wonderful. By your vote, the motion passes. Thank you for a wonderful presentation, Noel and Bert, for the research, the time and effort put in working with our communities to bring these forward and helping us through the debate and discourse. Appreciate the conversation, board members. With that, Mr. Co-Chair, I will turn the gavel back over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Schaefer, and for everybody for that strong discussion around those topics. Kind of round and third right here. We did have one more additional request for public comment that came in around a potential future project coming into the Business Council. And I guess I'm just checking in with Ms. Sutcliffe to see if we were able to get Mr. Hawley into the room.
And one of your board members had their hands up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Sorry, I was not seeing a hand anywhere, so thank you for that.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, I just want to draw attention back to Senator Kenske's comment from several months ago now when I first visited with him before he joined the board. And it has bearing on this question of regulation. And I really think that the building standards and the electrical code and the legislature's adoption of those things, the updates, really is important for us going forward. I don't know the best vehicle to accomplish sort of a more comprehensive review from our level, but I think it bears some discussion for us to feed into the broader discussion going on statewide.
I can definitely respect that, Mr. Lance. I think it's something to discuss and perhaps facilitation is a better use of the time, knowing that we're not contractors, we're not builders. There are a lot of people, including on this call as board members, who have a better tie-in as to who the right people would be to have that conversation. But I agree, Mr. Lance, it is something that we should probably take away as some sort of an action item. But I also agree in not necessarily knowing where to put it. So maybe, Mr. Dorrell, if that's maybe something we can work with kind of on the side, maybe we'll take that. We can even take that as a slight sidebar for exec to figure out what that would look like for this and other things that we kind of discover along the way. I sure as heck don't want to try and take a stab right now as to where the right home is for that, but I think it's definitely worth picking up. Is that fair, Mr. Lance, Mr. Drum? Okay. Thank you, gents. With that, I will, Mr. Hawley, I see that you're in. I appreciate your request for some public comment. So I'll hand the floor over to you briefly to just kind of speak in regards to your project here in Wyoming and your upcoming. Hold on just a moment. I apologize. Ms. Drews, I think your hand was up and I just missed it, but Courtney told me it was there. Would you like to say something before we move forward?
Oh, I appreciate that, Co-Chairman. I just wanted to tag on to what Ryan Lance had brought up about the specifications on when it comes to doing projects in the state of Wyoming. I do have a lot of knowledge in that and would be very willing to work with a group of committee to find the right house for it, because there are people out there that would be more than willing to step in and assist us with that.
Well, Ms. Drews, I will take that as your volunteering, and we will make sure that you are involved in helping lead that charge. I can guarantee that. So thank you. With that, I'm going to click through cameras one more time and make sure I'm not missing any hands again. Okay. Mr. Hawley, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and the board. I appreciate your time. So my name is Richard Hawley. I'm a fourth generation Wyomingite. The fifth generation is living on the family farm outside of Powell. And I've owned or managed about a dozen businesses, mostly here in Wyoming, but in other places as well. and I was the projects and grants coordinator for U.S. Senator Mike Enzi. So some of you might know me from that. I did work with hundreds, if not 1,000 businesses over my 16 years working for the U.S. Senate to just help them start up or expand. I have two other business partners, one named Doug Bean, who's on this call as well, and another one named Eddie May. And we have started a company called Prairie Prawn and Produce. We have a proven track record. We've got patents. I've grown shrimp for the state of Wyoming, for the U.S. Department of Energy. And anyway, we are trying to start up this another company here in Wyoming. We will be applying for the Agricultural Processing Revenue Bond through the Wyoming Business Council, and we have submitted some questions just to kind of give you a quick heads up through our bond council to the staff at the Wyoming Business Council, and so we will be looking for a recommendation from the Business Council Board at some point in the very near future. And I'm kind of open for any questions that you might have. If not, I'll keep it very, very short and simple. So.
Well, I know I appreciate anyone who's starting a new business here in Wyoming, especially trying to grow something, literally and figuratively, new and different. And appreciate the fact that you'd already reached out and been working with Miss Fong up there in your neck of the woods, and look forward to hearing more about your project coming through staff and those questions. So thank you for your time. I guess, does anybody else have any questions?
What was the product? He may have mentioned it and I missed it.
I missed my mic there. Sorry about that, Mr. Kinski. The two main kind of products, well, we've got a bunch, but the two big ones are tomatoes, grape tomatoes. So one of the business partners, Eddie May, had the second grape tomato on the market. So he's a geneticist. He has a patent on it. We turn those into, we do sell those fresh, but we actually turn them into tomato raisins. And then the other one is shrimp. So I grow a breed called Macabrachium rosenbergi. It's a freshwater shrimp. They're grown in about 50 farms across the United States, but we still import about 90% of our shrimp. And then all of the shrimp that I can grow have already been spoken for. So we already have a buyer for everything that we can actually produce. So those are the two big products, tomatoes and shrimp.
That's going to be one of the more fascinating projects ever to come before the Business Council, I'm certain.
So I did do this for the U.S. Department of Energy, and then the Wyoming Department of Corrections actually set up a shrimp farm as well in the women's prison in Lusk, and I kind of coordinated both of those in the past. So it's new and different for Wyoming, but it's definitely not new and different for the rest of the world. Most of the shrimp are farmed. 96% of the world's shrimp are farmed. So this is just new for Wyoming, not new for anywhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Anything else? Going once? Well, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Look forward to hearing more about the shrimp of the plains. I think that's fun. So thank you so much. Do you have one more item of business I at least wanted to ask for a follow-up on? Mr. Lance, I know we had asked you to chair a committee regarding board composition, a small group to take a look at that. And I know that we gave you a deadline of the end of June. So I know we're not there yet. I was just curious if you had any updates or anything you wanted to share with the greater board at this time about your progress, etc.
Mr. Co-Chair, absolutely I would. And I would ask Mr. Dorrell, as he has started, to share his screen. And I would also invite Katie and Randy and Jason to weigh in, because they've been my esteemed subcommittee members who've worked with me to develop this. And so Josh, if you want to head to the next slide, and then Josh and Katie and others, make sure you weigh in as you deem necessary. So this is what you asked us to do. You asked us to review board composition, member qualifications, the board structure, roles and responsibilities, and our decision-making process. So to accomplish that, we have developed the following recommendations for likely action at our next meeting, so we can move it forward into the legislative process, so they know what we're up to. So thus far, we believe that regional representation, especially with the increasing momentum about regional planning, is that one member of the board should come from each of our business council regions. Kind of temperament and board leadership background from statute, as has been pointed out, the directors need to have demonstrated leadership and business expertise. And then the additional qualifications that are more substantive, profit and loss responsibility, reported to a board of directors or was a member of a board of directors. So you know what your role and responsibility on this board looks like, either from having to answer to one in the past or having served on one in the past. And next slide. Address the member qualifications piece by suggesting that future board members have at least 10 years of business leadership experience. As has been evidenced on this call, the ability to devote time to the quarterly committee and board meetings and all the preparatory work that goes into it is really important. And it was highlighted. Having relationships across the state and its industries was also seen as important. And part of that then is having representation from not only our incumbent and traditional industries, but also emerging ones that are coming to the fore. The board structure, as was foreshadowed yesterday, we want to keep the board, we recommend keeping the board at the same size that it is today. But we would like to invite our legislative partners to join us in a non-voting ex officio role, one each from the House and Senate sides of the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee, which is our committee of jurisdiction. Governor would remain as a non-voting co-chair, and then we would pare down our committee structure, which is already largely underway. The first is obviously to maintain the executive committee, which would be board leadership and the committee chairs from strategy, operations, and the regional teams reporting to the executive committee. Pardon me. The objective of the executive committee would be strategy, operations, and regional team work rolling into executive as opposed to being standalone subcommittees or committees, standing committees. The investment committee would remain in place with 5 members. Services would remain in place with 5 members. And the operations committee, we're proposing more of a, wait a minute, where am I at here? Operations committee would be a separate standalone. So then the rest of it would be reverted to subcommittee structures, where we, in the existing statutory guidance for the council, we have the ability to name subcommittees, and we can assign folks to investment and services as we go forward as well. So you can see the bylaws that are cited there. This has gotten a bit jumbled. I apologize for that. But we can name committees and advisory councils to inform our work.
And Mr. Lance?
Yes.
If I might jump in there. One thing we did with the operations committee, I think the intent there is to move those members that are currently in the operations committee to the investments and services, and then have the operations team report to the executive committee.
That's right. You got it right. I got it wrong. So your standing committees would be executive, investment, and services.
Yes, sir.
Operations would be moved to executive, right? Okay. So thank you. Thank you for the correction, Mr. Dorrell. Then we highlighted the importance of recruitment of new board members. Anybody who's worked with or adjacent to a governor's office who is charged with filling vacancies on any board and commission knows that recruitment of new board members is a challenge, and especially with the high bar that we'd like to set for members of this council. And so we believe that it's important for individual board members to work to replace themselves as they're moving off of the board, with the executive committee leading the recruitment, consideration, preparation of recommendations for the governor for final recommendations to the Senate for confirmation. And we also saw, and again, this is provided for an existing statute, that we consider having one board member from outside of the state. That's again provided for, and that external view coming from outside the square of Wyoming, we see as having great value going forward. And there's a lot of talent that exists outside of the border of Wyoming. And the decision-making process, we came to the realization that collectively, this wasn't just me, I know I've been beating this drum for a while, that the Business Council needs to serve as the final funding authority for BRC grants and loans. As Governor Friedenthal used to say, you don't buy a dog to do your own barking. And so why do we all serve if we're just going to have some veto threat sitting above us? And we've seen that play out. But beyond that, we're all fully capable and thoughtful. And in the interest of moving with the speed of business, in the interest of applying our thoughts and thoughtfulness to projects, and in the interest of trying to remove as much political pressure from what should be straight business decisions from the process, we see the need to have the Business Council be the final arbiter of grant and loan awards out of the Business Ready Community Program. And finally, we would update our procurement policies such that funding decisions lower than $250,000 would be made without board approval, but all contracts and expenditures would still be provided to the board in a schedule, so we could all see that and ask questions to staff in meetings or outside of meetings in direct communication with staff. With that, Mr. Dorrell, Ms. Drews, other really smart people that would have done a much better job than me of going through that. Thoughts, comments, Randy, Jason?
Well articulated, Mr. Lance. Thank you.
Not so well articulated, but anyway, it's out there now.
Mr. Lance, I might add a little bit more support for the idea that we make the final decision rather than having to take it to SLIB. You might have noticed, or I might have mentioned that we were at the Wyoming County Commissioners Association executive meeting last week, and we were talking about things the Business Council does well, things the Business Council could do better, and that speed was an issue. And it was also the uncertainty that political lens can bring in. So we're not the only ones thinking about that. I think others and applicants of that program are thinking about it as well. And so I wanted to relay that piece of information for everyone so that you can know that we are not alone in this thinking. We do have support for that, and we may, we can push this a little bit and see what comes next. Thanks for rolling that out. But yeah, I think there's a lot of support for this. And Mr. Lance, also, this, I think we wanted to give people a preview and an idea of what's going on so that people can begin to think about these things. Obviously, in matters like you mentioned before, in roles and responsibilities, this isn't the only role and responsibility of this board. This is just a change and something we wanted to highlight, as well as these other areas. So we will provide all of this information to the greater board and make sure you all see it and can have a chance to look at it.
I guess I'm kind of raising my hand. I don't know if I'm supposed to call on myself or if Mr. Lance is, but first of all, I would like to thank all of you guys for taking this on and taking it on in such a timely manner. I do want to acknowledge in front of the board that the decision was made. Was that 2-3 weeks ago? Kind of jointly between Mr. Dorrell and Ms. Fitzgerald, as well as members of exec, to go ahead and take the strategy committee and go ahead and dissolve that. As strategy is really being encompassed in everything we're doing. And then having Ms. Fitzgerald's group report to exec, since that wasn't something that required a formal action, as it isn't a formally named committee. That has already taken place. That's why that wasn't lined out in the recommendations. But I really like seeing what you all have been able to come up with, and I can't wait to see that little more formal write-up for all of us to consider at a later date. So thank you very much for that, and thanks for the update.
Sir, Mr. Co-Chair.
Sir.
One last thing, sort of to take this notion of the subcommittee structure advisory idea out for a spin. Yesterday, we had a great discussion about goals and objectives of the board. We've been really good at telling staff what we want them to accomplish. I wonder if it wouldn't be appropriate for you as our co-chair to name an advisory committee or a subcommittee to address what our goals as a board should be and the metrics that we should use to judge whether we've accomplished those goals and the analysis points that we want to use in that characterization.
I think that's a fantastic point, a fantastic idea. I will tell you, I wasn't necessarily prepared to have a list together, so let me take that away and then appoint it, and we can do that virtually after the fact. But I think that's a fantastic idea, and you may have just volunteered yourself for that subcommittee since you don't have to be the head of strategy anymore, bud. So, but no, absolutely. Let's be on the lookout. If any of you as board members would be particularly interested in that, please send me an email, and we can take that into account accordingly. Great idea, Mr. Lance. I think with that concludes at least everything that I had wanted to address in this later part of the meeting. One other closing remark, and it's very early planning stages, but I know we've all discussed a board retreat of some sort in previous meetings. That's something we're still potentially working on towards the later part of July. So stay on the lookout for that coming down the line as well. So with that, I would ask the board if there's anything else. The board, if there's anything else from the board, then I'll hand it over to Mr. Dorrell for any closing remarks from him. Seeing none, Mr. Dorrell, any last words?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the board. Thank you. This was a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good example of what we have to work through as a board and as the agents for change in Wyoming's economy. It is not laid out for us. It is not simple. It will continue to be very challenging for all of us to figure this out. But what I like about it is that we're all working to get it right. And we know that it's not about being right. It's about getting it right. And I think that we took another step in that direction today. I felt like there's a strong alignment about our role and how we can accomplish it. And I think it's only going to become more clear over the next few weeks and months as we continue to make these decisions. So thank you all for engaging. Thank you for working hard for the state. And thanks for being that strength and structure that the state has asked this entity to be. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Dorrell. And my thanks to you guys as board members as well for all being as involved and actively involved as you all are. I know sometimes it's difficult to find the time, but I definitely appreciate it, and I know that our efforts will be appreciated down the road as well. Just a couple things quickly of note, date-wise, they're on your agenda. SLIB with the first one with Business Council on the agenda again will be June 4th, so coming up soon with these projects. And then our next regular quarterly meeting will be September 15th and 16th up here in Gillette. However, like I said, we will definitely have virtual meetings and likely have at least one in-person meeting of some sort between now and then. So be on the lookout. Thank you all again very much. And with that, I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Great. I have a motion from Dr. Schaefer.
Objection.
Wait, hold on. I think the objection came after the second. So
Who invited him to the party, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Kinski.
Call for the question.
You're good. Okay. So, Dave, was there anything else you wanted to address, or are we good?
No, I was just kidding you.
Okay. I'm just double checking.
Yeah.
So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Fantastic. Motion carries. Thank you all again so much for your time.